All right, guys, and we are live for the PFL 2023 World Championships for the Professional Fighters League. By the way, a league that is really on the rise at the current moment of time. Obviously, they are trying to take talents from different parts of MMA, whether that would be UFC, maybe even ONE FC. Now they had just bought recently Bellator, and as you noticed, during the show you're watching right now, they had Pitbull in the crowd. They had a whole bunch of other Bellator guys on the crowd. So this should be really interesting to see how they're going to mash up this roster and how they're going to mix and match them as they're moving forward. Now, I had mentioned previously on this show how I basically had made a video about PFL being purchased by Bellator, and I mean PFL purchasing Bellator, and how that's going to affect their roster, how that's going to create different matchups, but also how that's going to attract, let's say, the likes of UFC athletes that want to get in there and get paid a little bit more or just have a competitive bargaining. But right now, we are watching the end of the matchup. I just literally came in at the end of the matchup between Impai Kungasai taking on Silveira for the 205 PFL championship. Now, I don't know if this championship is consisted of, let's say, from a tournament that they had just recently got, and then all of a sudden these guys are in here and now they're fighting from a tournament bracket, or is it that maybe one guy is already a lineal champion and they just decided to put it on the line? But who knows? And that's kind of what's interesting about them buying Bellator, right? Is that you don't know if they're going to keep the champions or how they're going to go about that. But actually, I did mention in the video that I made that they are going to keep the champions and they are also going to keep, let's say, a Bellator style pay per view coming up. So this should be really interesting in the future to see how this goes about. So here we go. Who won this one? Kogasai uh seems to yeah, he won this one. Impaka Sunganai is now the 205 world champion for the PFL. So let's take a look at some of the matchups that they had previously, because obviously there's more matchups coming up tonight. But let's take a look at some of the matchups they had. Obviously, Kayla Harrison was just on deck earlier. Clay Collard and Oliver Ubin Mosier is the main event. The co-main event is Renan Ferreira taking on Dennis Goltsov. That's a real good heavyweight tournament fight. Larissa Pachia taking on Marina Mokatina is the other fight. Magomed Karoff taking on Sadibusai. And yeah, now we had this matchup right now that just happened with Impa winning for a 205 championship, and he's in the ring singing away with his parents and his loved ones as they're celebrating his 205 win. I think they're in there singing some what I believe to probably be a Christian song of some sort. But yeah, yeah, Kayla Harrison won a decision tonight. Also, how about Derek Brunson coming out with a unanimous decision win for his PFL debut, taking on Ray Cooper? Now, just way bigger than Ray Cooper. Obviously, Ray Cooper is a real legitimate 170 fighter, and Derek Brunson can probably fight as high as up to 205. So that's going to be interesting. Jesus Pinedo finally wins the 145 champion, becoming the first Peruvian world champion. And then how about Ali Walsh, Biago Ali Walsh, fighting in an amateur fight, by the way. That's really interesting that PFL decided to invest themselves in an amateur fight. And he beats Joel Lopez, second round knockout. Phil Capera taking on Kai Wu, wins by unanimous decision. Phil. Jesse Stern wins a unanimous decision against Josh Blyden. So that means Ali Walsh was the only amateur fight in this whole entire card. So he said that he wants Nemkov. Now we're seeing what it means to have this type of cross promotional mashup that they have going on with PFL. So Impa calls out uh Nemkov, which is great, right? I mean, that's what you should do. That you have these guys in the same roster, they should be in there fighting each other. So yeah, what an amazing story for Impa here, right? He was in a situation where he was sort of struggling with his financials. If you guys don't know, this guy was the one that got knocked out by Joaquin Buckley, I believe, in the UFC, right? You know, where he had that spinning back kick where he held his leg and then midair he kicks him. And I mean, you got to admit, right? That's quite an embarrassing thing to be known for, to be known as a guy that was, I guess, the recipient of a head knockout like that. And now he's kind of redeemed himself after this situation where he had financial problems, moves in with his parents, says that, hey, you know what? We got you. We're going to help you out. And then here he is. Now he's the world champion at 205. Yeah. And he even mentions that fight where he got knocked out in Abu Dhabi against Joaquin Buckley. So what's great about this is that you can always look back and say, you know what? This is one of those situations where it doesn't matter if you've been knocked out before, you can always come back and become a world champion, especially in a different organization. Now, you've fought in the UFC, you've been with the top dogs, you've done the walk, you've done this, you've done that, but there is nothing like being in there with some of the best guys in the world and then using that experience to catapult you in, let's say, other organizations. I mean, look at Clay Collard, who's the main event tonight. By the way, how about Clay Collard? This guy has beaten some top ranked prospects in boxing and has upsetted a lot of people in MMA, including Shane Burgos. This should be a real good main event, along with the upcoming matchups that we have going on. Yeah, so it would be really great to see a champion versus champion matchup with PFL and Bellator. That is something that they can offer that the UFC is not able to offer, right? Because the fact that you have that, it really shows that, you know what, we have a bigger roster. We got all these different names that we never thought would come after each other. Now they don't have to do this business, what they call crossing the street. They are in the same street. But still, even with that, the one thing that we want more than anything is guess who? Francis Ngannou and John Jones. Both in the same network, by the way. Literally the same network. We're talking about ESPN, right? But that's not the case here. So here we are. They're just now sort of interviewing a whole bunch of people. So now they are interviewing Sadebu Sai from Sweden in the back. And tonight he will be taking on Magomed Magomed Karamov. Magomed Karamov. This, I believe, is a welterweight bout, so that should be interesting. 36, 33, and 6, and 16 and 6 and 2 draws for Sai. Yeah, it would be interesting to see Sadabu Say taking on maybe Michael Venom Page, although Michael Venom Page is no longer with Bellator. So, yeah, that should be interesting, right? Look, I think we should have a situation where the UFC should be able to fight Bellator and PFL guys and maybe even ONE FC guys so we can really find out who is the best. Davis, the owner of PFL, he said something in the Ariel Hawani show where he's like, I'm not really concerned about the fact that, let's say, one guy is going to beat another guy, whether it's a PFL guy or a Bellator guy. We want to find out who is the best. And I think as somebody who is an MMA fan, you sort of appreciate that and love that. But the reality is that, well, with Dana White and the UFC, they don't want to risk any of that because they know MMA too well. They know that there are guys out there in the world that have a potential to beat these other guys, and that's just the way it is. But we'll see. So from 2022, Sadibu C was the champion, and Magomed was the champion in 2018 in PFL, and now here they are in 2023 taking on each other for, I believe, is the finals. I don't know if this is the finals or if this is just a title fight of some sort, right? But if you guys know, write on the comment section below if there's a difference between whether this is a tournament fight or this is just titles being put on the line. So yeah, Magomed was a student of Abdul Manap, if you guys didn't know. So that should be really interesting. Doesn't always guarantee that he's going to try to wrestle them in any degree, right? But the one thing you do have to understand with the Nurmagomedov team, Team Eagle, is there's one thing they know how to do is they know how to wrestle. Even with Omar Nurmagomedov, the guy, he's a great wrestler, right? No doubt about that. Great wrestler. Only issue is, well, he doesn't really use it as much because it's like his stand up is so good, right? It's like at what point do you really need to use it? Now Magomed is walking out to the cage right now, what seems to be a traditional Dagestani style of music of some sort. So mm, 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 mm. So what is tomorrow? We don't have any UFC. There's no ONE FC. When is the next ONE FC card? They don't really have any known cards coming up at any time. I would imagine Ryzen has a New Year's card coming up. That should be fun. Now, how about the possible press conference they're going to have for UFC 296? That's going to be pretty awesome, really thinking about it. Now, Sadabu C is walking out. It almost sounds like saying his name is like Saddam Hussein, but like with a pause in it. Looks Sadabu C. Okay. As the night goes on, I think I'm going to remember and know how to say his name a lot more proper. So here we go. He's coming out of the cage, coming into the cage right now, walking into the crowd. I believe this is taking place in Washington, D.C. So this should be really interesting right here. So this guy was a former middleweight, now going in as a welterweight. This should be really interesting, right? Because usually, um, one of the things about, let's say, moving down a weight, I mean, you're really sacrificing a lot. So let's see, what is someone wrote here. Sorry, I was reading something on my social media. I um I wrote something to the effect. I was watching a video now with a Mike Tyson interview where he talked about Cus D'Amato coaching him and teaching him about discipline. Mike said that Cus told him that discipline is something that you hate to do, but doing it like you love it. When discipline sets in, then it can become motivation and ambition. Huh. That's quite an interesting take from Mike Tyson. Let's see what else is in the world of social media right now as we are waiting for these guys to get in there. Well, they are in there. We're just waiting for them to be announced. So let's see. Oh, how about this? Anderson Silva is going to have a bio op mini series now streaming on Paramount. Oh, that's interesting. That should be really interesting to see. Yes, so right now I'm looking at a picture from MMA and UFC community lowkickmma.com. It has a picture of all these guys that says these are the fighters who took everything over after Khabib Nurmagomedov. So it has a picture of Islam, has a picture of Kamzat, has a picture of Ali Askarov, and it has a picture of one of the Nurmagomedovs, and then you have Mohammed Makayev, then you have Sharaputin, and then you have Ankalaev, and then another Dagestani guy. Yeah, it's seems to be a real staple in the world of MMA today, right? I mean, here we go. So Sadasi needs his range, takedown, defense is counter striking. Here we go. Now they are about to announce the fight. Andy Shepard, seven-figure fight. Wow, they consider it a seven-figure fight. So now everybody's getting paid a little bit more in the PFL. Imagine what would happen if the Saudis got in and tried to pay some guys in the PFL. I mean, let's see here. So Magomed, 33-6, was the former 218 welterweight champion, taking on the 2022 welterweight champion. Here we go. We are about to commence with the first round. They are just announcing Sadeh Bousi. I'm getting a little bit better with pronouncing his name. It sounds like, again, saying Saddam Hussein, but with a little pause in the end somewhere there. So his nickname is the Swedish Gangster. That's quite a interesting name. All right, here we go. Here we go. Round one is about to commence right here. A little bit of an embrace before the first round. Sadabu's in a southpaw, and Magomed is in the conventional stance, circling around Sadabu. as Sadabu goes for a body kick, misses. Magomed's trying to use that lead leg, trying to push him into the cage. Now they're clinched up. We go still in the clinch position right now. 414, 413, 412, 411, 410. Yeah, so the announcers are saying that, yeah, they felt that the fight will be determined right here in the clinch position. Now, why is that? Probably because obviously the Dagestani guy is the favorite when it comes to the grappling exchanges. What's interesting about the Dagestani guys and the Chechen guys, right? Whenever they are about to fight, and whenever there's, let's say, guys that are betting their whole entire mortgage or life savings on fights, usually they will pick the Dagestani or Chechen guy just based on the fact that they think they're going to wrestle or use this as a way to obtain an easy victory. I mean, they grew up in a place where they do nothing but wrestling all day long, right? But it doesn't mean it's the most, I guess, it's not always a guarantee that you're going to win that way. So here we go. They're still stuck in the same clinch position right now, going over under in the middle of the cage. And now with the body lock, now Magomed gets him down from that body lock and now has him in a side control position right next to the cage. Yes, not in a great spot for Sadabu right here. Now he's going to take his back. Now Sadabu's recognizing where he's at. Now he has him. There we go. Okay, now he's trying to anchor his ankles right in. Here we go. Okay, there you go. Now they're clenched up again. Well, now Sadabu is in the dominant position in the cage, clinching positions. Yeah, so Magomed definitely needs to be careful with the knees coming into this direction right here. It's trying to create some space and reset right here. Yeah, he landed a nice left uh, hand right there as they were coming up from the grappling exchanges on the floor. Now here we go. Now they're in the middle of the cage, squaring up. Body kick by Sadabu. Now a low kick. We go. Now there's still in the middle of the cage right now. This is round number one. Magomed taking on Sadabu C. 111, 110, 109. We go a hook for Magomed. Connects. Swing and a miss for Sadisai. Sadabusai as Sadabusai. Body kick by Sadabusai misses. A hook attempt by Magomed misses. Another hook and then hits him with a cross with a right hand. Oh, and he's going forward at him. Now he's got him in a clinch position right up against the cage. Now they're in a clinch position. We go. Now they're just exchanging knees in a clinch position right now. After this fight, you will have Larissa Pacheco taking on Marina Mocatina. And then obviously after that, you have the 6'8" Brazilian heavyweight Renan Ferreira taking on Dennis Goltsov. And then the main event of the night, Clay Collard the guy who's upsetted many of the top people in the world, taking on Olivier Mugen. Who do we give that round to? I'm gonna have to say that I'm gonna probably give that round to Magomedov, just based on the grappling that he was able to negotiate, was able to take him down a few times. He was able to clip Sai with a few shots on the feet. So here we go, round two, about to commence. Go round one. Now back in the southpaw stance. Round two. This is a 5-round fight, by the way, so we could be here all night. Here we go. Another hook, cross hook by Magomed. Low kick by Sai right there. Goes up top. Oh, a little slip there, but it looks like he knocked him down with that punch. Now Sai's got him clinched up against the cage in a body lock position. Yeah, it was a real important round for Asadu Husi, according to Dan Hardy. But from what it seems like, yeah, I had Magomed winning that one. So here we go. Yeah, Dan Hardy said the longer this fight is going to go, the more that Sai is going to somehow come back and it's going to frustrate Magomed. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But if he doesn't stop these grappling exchanges where he constantly gets taken down by Magomed, I'm not saying that he's doing that periodically. I mean, they're stuck in clinch positions most of the time, but he can very well win this fight if he grinds him long enough. Now they're still stuck in the over under clinching position right now. A little wrist control attempt by Magomed. He goes in, tries to twist him for a body lock down the floor, scrambles out right away. Now they're backed up against the fence, banging away as Magomed has him backed up against the fence. And Sai's backing up into the Bud Light portion of the mat in the on the cage. Oh, here we go. A knee from Magomed. Yeah, here we go. He's getting close to a lot of takedowns here, but now they're just back up on the feet. Every time Magomed is able to take down Sai, he's able to pop right back up. And at the same time, though, it's not like Sai is really doing anything to use his range on the feet. From what it looks like, Magomed is bouncing up and down, having a good footwork, always going for these hooks, these leading hooks that he's going with right here. It looks like a jab and then it turns into a hook while he's yeah. So right now the kicks in total for Sai's thrown a total of 15 kicks out of this whole fight right now. And a total strikes for Magomed, he's had 26 out of 57 in the entire fight at the current moment of time. Yeah, so $1 million and the whole entire strap on the line tonight. How about that Tom Aspinall homecoming video? You guys seen that? It's quite interesting. They shot it in his little hometown outside of Manchester, had a little bit of an English vibe to it, just chilling out in the pub type of feeling. Quite cool, quite interesting. All right, so here we go. Now back into the center of the cage with 10 seconds left as they're squaring up against each other. I think this second round right here, that could go literally to anybody. I gave the first round to Magomed. Sai, you could argue, probably has this round, but we'll see. We shall see. We will wait and see right here. Here we go. They're showing highlights of Magomed doing a single leg. And he just gets right back to his feet after he gets that single leg that he had to really work for right there. Here we go. And Magomed is standing up in between rounds. I thought that's really interesting, right? There's some guys that decide they want to stand up in between the rounds as opposed to sitting down. And, well, one would argue that that's probably better for your overall heart rate rather than just like keeping your heart rate all the way down. Or maybe that's better because then you recover and relax a little bit better. What's going on here? Sai's not getting out of his corner. Okay, now they're getting ready to commence. We are now in the third round. After this, we are in the championship rounds because this is a 5-round fight right here. Now they square up in the middle of the cage 453, 452, 451 of the third round for the 170-pound strap for Bellator. I'm sorry. Well, now Bellator, but the PFL championship, uh, world championship for the welterweight division. Oh, a head kick by Sai right there. There we go. Oh, there we go. Looks like a slip from Sai right there. Now they're back in the center of the cage. 420, 419, 418 of the third round. Now Sai's just going and throwing these kicks aimlessly right here. Goes for a low kick, misses. Here we go. Now Magomed's moving forward, throwing cross right there. Now he's backing up Sai. Oh, now Sai goes for a single leg, but then Magomed gets a guillotine choke in between, and it's really tight. It is really tight. He caught him at a very tireless moment, and he gets a submission. Magomed gets a submission win and is now a millionaire under the PFL banner and the 170-pound champion of the PFL. And that's all that it took right there. There we go. Proves my theory once again about why Muslim fighters are dominating during the holiday season. By the way, guys, check out the video that I had today. Why Muslims dominate the fight world during the holiday season. We just saw an example of it right here with Magomed. I mean, let's face it, the guy didn't care about Christmas. He didn't care about New Year's. He didn't care about Thanksgiving. I'm not saying that it's wrong for you to care about these things. I'm not saying that at all. I understand if this is what you do and this is your family tradition and that's what you guys like to do. But remember, if you're going to do that, oh, and there's Ali Askarov right there. If you're going to do that, you have to understand that this is a pressure that you have to deal with going into these fights, right? You got to think about your Christmas money. You got to think about, oh, going home for the holidays and this and that. This is not in the mind of Muslim fighters during this particular time of the year. Their minds are clear. They are ready to go. And that's that. I'm going to play you guys a video while we wait for the official announcement of Magomed's win right here. So I'm going to play this for you guys in the meantime. Video and content. Why Muslim fighters are dominant and constantly win, there's several reasons why. Obviously, I'm going to have a biasness towards this particular video. You can break down whatever biasness that I have, or you can take a look at some of the reasons that I'm giving you and forthcoming to the truth of certain things that are not measured by metrics or any particular number. Now, let me tell you one of the reasons that inspired me to do this particular content. There was this Australian journalist by the name of CJ Walzerman. Now, please forgive me if I got his name wrong. I will put a link on the bottom of the description for you to take a look at his video, which basically entails why Muslim fighters continuously dominate in the world of combat sports. He was inspired by doing this, a little bit of his backstory afterwards, but I'm going to tell you why he was inspired to do this video and what inspired me to do this video. So, as you know, this guy was a proponent, anti-Islamic media influencer, if you want to call it that. CJ was, how do I say this, correspondent for an Australian news company down in Indonesia. And unfortunately, during the mid 2000s or somewhere around that time, he was a victim of a terrorist attack, which led him to basically hate Muslims. But as time went on, he started realizing that us Muslims have a lot more in common with those that are, let's say, right wing leaning, or maybe even, let's say, conservative leaning of whatever stature you want to try to put it. So, with that in mind, he made this video in regards to an old friend of his that was a former professional boxer who, by the way, passed away. The man was a Christian. He was very devoted. And not only that, because of that, his friend was able to become a world champion in boxing through the discipline that religion can really offer you. And keep in mind, this man was a Christian. So you're going to know everything once you take a look at the description below. I'm going to give you guys the link to his video so you guys can watch it and compare and contrast to the message that he conveys and the message that I convey. Well, for one, now 3 minutes into this whole entire segment, I'm going to tell you it is Black Friday as I'm recording this particular video right now. And why is that significant? This is the day where a lot of people go to stores and trample themselves just so they can get, what, $50 off of a flat screen TV or whatever meaningless items that you guys end up throwing anyway by the end of the year, something that you never end up really using. Now, I understand a TV, yes, that is something that you're going to have for a very long time, maybe even decades. The problem is a lot of you, well, are trampling each other over $50 difference that you could get any other year. Maybe you'll pay a little bit more, maybe less. Okay, I understand for some people it's a stretch, okay? It's a stretch and it's a struggle. The bottom line that you have to understand with this concept and this video that I'm trying to convey to you is that Muslim fighters don't have to worry about Thanksgiving. They don't have to worry about Christmas. And by the way, if you wonder why a lot of people, let's say in the armed forces that have had to be deployed overseas, whether it's in Iraq, whether it's in Afghanistan, or whether it's in other Muslim countries that they decide to wage war against, either way, a lot of these soldiers and a lot of these troops are really dumbfounded by the longevity of their duty, and especially during the times of the holidays, which, by the way, outside of their work and into the civilian life, as they become veterans and no longer, let's say, armed forces members, they fall into depression, especially in times like this, Christmas, Thanksgiving, you name it, even Valentine's Day. So why is that significant? In the Islamic theology, we're only allowed two places to really celebrate a holiday, which is what? Eid and Ramadan, and that's it. And if we're talking about birthdays, we're lucky to even celebrate that. Okay, people do celebrate birthdays, but the Orthodox and Salafi way of thinking just doesn't allow it, right? It's not important because maybe there's a wisdom behind it. And again, I'm not an Islamic scholar by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm giving you a bit of a play by play to sort of understand where this mentality comes from. For one, you can't celebrate your birthday because, well, let's face it, there's a lot of arrogance that is involved in that. Yes, I understand we have to celebrate people, we have to make people feel special in that, which, by the way, it's not the worst sin in the world. Okay, I'm not saying that it takes you out of the fold of Islam for you to celebrate uh, your birthday, let alone even celebrate Thanksgiving or maybe Christmas. That's a little bit different because then you're threading towards the lines of, let's say, blasphemy or taking away from the oneness of God, or as what we would call Tawheed in the Islamic religion. But nonetheless, these are things that are not bothered by the Muslim athlete. The Muslim athlete worries about one or two things, maybe even three. You want to count prayer as one of them? Yes. Prayer and family go hand in hand, so that's one and the same. The other is training, obviously, your profession. There's a lot of Muslims that are involved in different aspects of life, just like anybody else: engineer, doctors, lawyers, policemen, service members. And then you can even go into, I don't know, sales or whatever type of jobs there are out there. Bottom line, we concentrate on our craft, we concentrate on our prayer, and there's nothing more and nothing less. It doesn't bother us that we're not participating or working during a holiday. Now, let's take combat sports out of this equation. Now, do you want to work on Christmas? I'm talking to my non Muslim audience right now. Most of you who are watching this, who follow mixed martial arts, who follow boxing, but also celebrate the holiday. All right. The ladies are up next for the PFL card. We have Larissa Pacheco taking on Marina Mokantina. Now, that's going to be coming up soon. We're going to continue on with this video. Stay tuned. Holidays. Well, do you want to work on holidays? Most of you, your answer is going to be no. You don't want to work on holidays. Well, what if you had to? What if you had to be at work? Let's say you had an essential job, which, whatever that means, it could lend themselves into, let's say, medical or first responders, or maybe even people that work at the cashier at the grocery store, which the term essential worker was coined obviously during the pandemic. The people that, excuse me, can't stay home. Everybody else stays home. Government workers stay home for the holidays. Business people, salespeople, they are off for the holidays. Students, they're off for the holidays. So make of that as you will, right? Are you going to be sad when that happens? Most of you, your answer is yes, you're going to be sad. Just like what I had mentioned earlier about armed forces members that have to be deployed around the world. You can't deny that these people are going to be sad on the holidays. Why? Well, for one, I got to tell you, the reason why they're sad is because the majority of you are psyoped into thinking that this is the most important thing in the world, and that if you're not part of it or you don't participate, then guess what? You're somehow less of a person, you're less of yourself, you mean nothing to anybody, and you really are allowing this particular narrative to seep in your head, and it affects you during the holidays. It's the truth. We're not bothered by any of this. I urge you to take a look at the Muslim athletes that have competed sometime in December or sometime in, let's say, the holidays. You think they're going to have the same amount of pressure that, let's say, a fighter who has to fight them on, let's say, a November card, a December card that's nearing Christmas? Do you honestly think that the Muslim fighter is going to be as bothered as the person who has to worry about Christmas? I think not. And then on top of that, you have to take a look at some considerations to certain things, right? For one, you got to take into account that when you are in this holiday mode, unfortunately, This is a time of the year where a lot of people commit suicide, right or wrong. Right or wrong. You can't deny that. You can't deny statistics. Now, the problem is a lot of people are going to rebuttal this and are going to say something to the effect of, well, it's all about family togetherness. It's all about this. It's all about what it means to be with your family during the holidays. And they don't even know why they're saying it. They're just doing things out of muscle memory. I'm going to read to you a Facebook post that I wrote for you guys to sort of understand the perspective where exactly I'm coming from with this subject. Okay? I'm going to read to you this because it's going to really hit home to make you understand exactly, just exactly why. Okay, let's see here. I wrote here, so I thank Allah, I'm Muslim, and I don't celebrate this useless holiday known as Thanksgiving. I understand this degenerate society has psyoped you into thinking it's a time of spending time with your family because they overwork you 365 days of the year like a good little slave that you are, and then they give you a little breadcrumbs of a day off so you think it's somehow more sentimental than it really is. Okay? Bunch of gluttons. It's a gluttonous behavior. Some of you need to be on a 48-hour fast. And I've done this before. I'm an elite athlete, right? So how much more for these people that are just out of shape and have no business stuffing themselves on a day that everybody else is doing so. Number two, although many of you have healthy family dynamics, the vast, strong number of you will be in a house full of show-offs and people who are just going to hear endless talks about their promotion, what they got, the type of gifts that they got, the type of items that they have, and the type of house that they bought. Never ending game of just keeping up with the Joneses. And most of you woke up this morning reading this, knowing that I'm right, and you should have never participated in this pathetic holiday in the first place. So that's the reality of it. Look, a lot of you are not going to like what I have to say about that particular subject, and that's perfectly fine. But this is a combat sports channel. We talk about MMA, we talk about boxing. And if you wonder why a lot of Muslim fighters are winning, it's probably because of this. Now, there's the old saying that goes, well, you know what? How about the fact that the Chechens are just genetically superior because of, let's say, their environmental factors? They grew up in the cold. They have a high threshold towards pain. And the culture that they come from is a never-ending grind of training and training and training all day until you can't train anymore. Yes, these factors are a winning recipe for a combat sports athlete. There's no doubt about that. However, are you really trying to dismiss the aspect of ideology and not only that, the mental headspace that you have to be when you fight during these times where everybody wants to be entertained? Why do you think they put on Christmas cards for boxing? Why do you think in MMA, the UFC has a December card every year, traditionally during December? Why? Because they want to get you entertained during the holidays. The holidays isn't just about hanging out with your family, although as reasonable and as wholesome as any of these reasons sound, the reality of all these holidays are nothing more than just a promotional value for people that, well, they need to go out there and sell certain products, right? So that's the reality of this particular holiday. So now when the fights are happening, guess what? The Muslims are not the ones that behave like the consumers. The other fighters that they have to face on the same day that falls into a holiday season, they have to act like consumers. Those fighters are fighting the Muslim fighters that don't have to worry about these dates the way that most of you do. You understand that? So they don't have to worry about it. These fighters that have to worry about Christmas, that have to make ends meet, they have to make their other 50%, because you know how it is in a UFC. If you get paid $10,000 to show up, you get $10,000 to win, right? Well, you're now pressured into making that other $10,000 because of the fact that there's a holiday going on. You got to make ends meet. So who has more pressure in that? And I urge you guys to think about this. Look, I want you guys to understand. This is not in any way showing hatred towards anybody that has a different faith than me, that has a different outlook than me, that has a different way of going about things than me. This isn't about that whatsoever. What this is about is explaining to you the headspace that Muslim fighters, as opposed to non Muslim fighters, have to deal with during this time of the season if and when they compete. So you got to understand the reason and the narrative behind what motivated me to make this particular content. So I hope I had given you guys a great explanation on things that needed to be explained, on things that needed to be conveyed. And I hope you guys click the like and subscribe button, inshallah. And by the way, enjoy the fights. And all right, guys. Here we go. Now Marina is now walking into the cage. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. If you guys want to check out why Muslim fighters dominate during the holiday seasons. It's quite an interesting take on the certain matters at hand. Obviously, we just saw Magomed win. Now we're on to the girls with Pacheco taking on Marina. Marina, as you guys know, is married to UFC heavyweight Sergey Spivak. So that's going to be really interesting to see somebody who has somebody in the business and how that translates to their training. So we're about to start pretty soon. Pacheco, I believe, is about to walk out into the cage. Marina just walked into the cage. So we are getting ready for Pacheco walking into the cage right now. Quite an interesting set of music she has coming out here. Sounds like somewhat of a reggae sound to it. All right, we are just waiting for the ring walkout, and we will continue on. Here we go. Hold on just a second, guys. All right, here we go. Now you're now announcing the ladies in the cage. So here we go. Pacheco has 19 finishes out of her 20 some odd fights. That's quite impressive, really. After this matchup, we're going to have the big boys, Renan Ferreira taking on Dennis Golzov. Some big boys there, 6'8". And but for now, we have the ladies on. Pacheco taking on Marina. And round one is about to begin. You ready? Fight right now. Round one. 457, 456, 455 are the first round for the 145 pound division. But both of these ladies do have experience fighting at 155. They say that Jake Paul is in the house tonight. Well, how about this? He's on the screen right now as the fights are going on. Jake Paul is commenting on a live screen at his house while the fight is going on. That's not something the UFC would do, is call in as a fight is going on. Now, that's quite an interesting take. In pro wrestling, they used to do that. They would have a guy call in if, let's say, their future rival or future opponent is fighting some local jobber. Oh, look at this, a body kick by Pacheco. And now she's chasing Marina down. She's circling around the cage. Jake Paul says that Marina needs to shoot here, and Pacheco needs to keep. Oh, here we go. Now she's going forward as she's overhand and a left hook. So how about that? Jake Paul making a live commentary as the ladies fight is going on. And how about the fact that Jake Paul, believe it or not, is really instrumental in his contribution to women's boxing? Now, how so, you ask? Well, look at what he did with a Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano fight. Meanwhile, here's Pacheco right here, 315, 314, 313 of the first round as she is walking forward, Marina down. And now she's hit her on the top of the head. Just throwing bombs, just biting down on her mouthpiece, just with no regard. Oh, now in a grappling exchange. 8 submissions to her record and 11 knockouts. And Jake Paul is still on the line. She's going for a standing guillotine on Marina with 212 of the first round. It looks a lot like Lyoto Machida and John Jones, as Randy Couture just described it right now. Now she's pushing her down, maybe going for a guillotine here, but no, she keeps it. Oh, transitions out. Now Marina has her in a knee bar. Look at this. She's got it tight. She's got it tight. Just out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, she was getting choked by a front headlock, and then all of a sudden, guillotine. Now, all of a sudden, now she just, wow, that is tight. But look at Pacheco trying to fight it out, trying to roll out. Now she's just cranking on the leg. Oh, wow. What is this? Now we got 124, 123, 122. Now she's pounding away. Pacheco is pounding away as Marina is still holding on to that leg, cranking. Now all Pacheco has to do is just punch in, and now she's just trying to kick. It rolls again. Now she's still into that knee bar. This is a very tight knee bar right here. Okay, now she's getting out. Okay, now she's getting close to getting out of it. Wow, she escapes it. Now she is in a full stack position on top of Marina. Now they're back up. Now she's back on her guard. She's pounding away. Now she's mad. She's mad and she's showing it. She's showing it with throwing bombs and hooks from the full guard position right here. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds. Oh, she's pounding away. Looks like Marina's not defending as she got her stacked right here. In a stack position as she's hitting and dropping bombs on her. Now she's on a hammer fist on the side of her head. Marina's trying to control and trying to defend. Now the feet of Marina is hooked onto Pacheco's shorts as she's pounding her away. 6, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of the first round, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. First round is over. Good first round. We got about 4 more of this. Remember, this is a championship fight. Yeah, it took Marina a while to get up on her feet right there. Yeah, now, as for Pacheco, she was locked into that knee bar so tight. You got to ask yourself, man, how is she going to be affected going into this fight? How will her footwork come into play? How will she try to swing for the fences as time goes on? Here it is, Pacheco right here in the replay. 1-2 combination rocks her back into the cage with an overhand right. Now, after Pacheco had her in that front headlock choke, almost a guillotine, all of a sudden Marina falls down and gets a knee bar, transitions into a knee bar, has it locked in tight for a couple, like maybe a minute or so, and then fights out of it, then puts her in a stacked position and just pounds her from the top while she was trying. Yeah, Pacheco was trying to stand on it, and here we go. Round 2 of this championship fight between Marina and Pacheco. Here we go. 145 pounds, strap on the line right here. Here we go. 445, 443, 442. And Jake Paul is still on the line, still on the phone, still on FaceTime with the announcers and the commentators as the fight is going on. And he's putting on his PFL gloves as we are watching this in this current moment of time. So, quite interesting that I was able to cover PFL today. Obviously, most hardcore MMA fans are probably not going to cover this, even if they're hardcore, because hey, these days, what does it mean to be hardcore? It means that you watch all the UFC cards, like MMA Guru. He's considered a hardcore fan, but he only really covers the UFC. And then once in a while, if he's in a live stream while one of these fights, PFL, ONE FC, or Bellator is going on, he'll comment on it. But here it is. I'm actually making actual content for PFL, and why not? They got Jake Paul and Francis Ngannou. Now, here we are. 449, 448. Spinning back this attempt by Marina. Misses. 443, 442. And the announcers are still talking to Jake at the same time. Jake seems to be going for Pacheco in this one, as you notice what he was saying about her in the first round, saying he was, I want to see her win this one. Okay, here we go. Marina takes in, shoots for a double leg, misses. And Pacheco stuffs it. She says, hey, stand back up. Let's do this. Now they're squaring up again. 317, 315, 314, 313. Here we go. Yeah, in the first round, yeah, they both really went for it, whether it was for, let's say, a knockout or a submission attempt. I mean, this is quite an exciting fight. To be honest with you, I didn't expect this fight to be this exciting, but you never expect any fights to be exciting until they actually do. So here we are. Here we are, 249, 248 of the second round. And Pacheco seems to be walking her down. There's a 1-2 attempt right there, pushes her back into the cage. Yeah, Jake Paul was commenting right now saying that he liked seeing the champions face off each other into the cage. The Bellator champions and the PFL champions facing off with each other. And it'll be interesting to see who Jake Paul's first opponent is going to be. I would imagine they're going to give him a slow roll. I can't imagine they would give him a hard fight straight away like they do in the UFC. I mean, obviously, you see CM Punk when he walked in, and they sent him against Mickey Gall, which in turn, later on, we really found out just how good Mickey Gall was in terms of UFC level in comparison to everybody else. So here we go. Larissa is still walking her down, and a shot attempt. Oh, Marina actually gets a double leg on her, and now a guillotine attempt. Full guard right here. Okay, but now she escapes that guillotine. Now she's clear. Now they're both in the full guard position right now. And Jake Paul still looks on and still talking to the commentators. How about Jake Paul possibly luring Tommy Fury into an MMA fight? You think Tommy Fury would do it? I don't know, man. They seem to be a real pure boxing family. If there's anybody in that entire family that's going to fight MMA, it's probably Tyson Fury or maybe one of the other brothers if they somehow get into some desperate situation where it wouldn't matter if they lose in one discipline to another. But for now, Tyson Fury probably is the best possible Fury. Oh, the referee breaks this up based on a stalemate with just about less than 60 seconds to go into the second round. Here we go. 49, 48, 47, 46 of the second round for the PFL card. Pacheco is still walking her down. Marina's still backing up. Hits her with a jab. 1-2. And then she attempts another double leg shot, misses, stuffs it, and then continues on with the stand up. So here we go. 20 seconds left into the second round. Oh, a head kick attempt by Pacheco. With 10 seconds left now into the second round. Yeah, it doesn't seem that Pacheco has any respect for Marina's striking, let alone her grappling. Every time she goes and tries to shoot in, she stuffs it and says, hey, come back up. Let's do this standing up on the feet. So first and second round, who do we give that to? I'm going to say that, yeah, I'm going to give that to Pacheco. 2 rounds for Pacheco, 1 for, yeah, 2 rounds, none for Marina. I think that's a fair score. What do you guys think? Let me know. Yeah, Marina does have real good level changing, though. You got to give her that, which is why she was able to get a few of those shots in. But then every time she did, Pacheco would put her on danger at a guillotine. Here we go, round 3. Round 3. Round 3. Here we go. 445, 444, 443. And still the same thing, backing her up. Whereas Pacheco really has no respect. There it is, 1-2, 1-2 on her, and then Marina just circles right around. Marina, by the way, for those that don't know, the wife of UFC heavyweight Sergey Spivak. And speaking of heavyweights, we got Renan Ferreira taking on Denis Goltsov next for the heavyweight division. A very exciting heavyweight division for the PFL, by the way. Obviously, they're bringing in the likes of Deontay Wilder to fight Francis Ngannou, but then you got to think, man, you know what? Are you going to give the other heavyweights an opportunity? Because remember what Francis said. Every opponent that he has, they're going to pay them handsomely just to fight him. And rightfully so, you should. That guy will put you in a hospital, man. You know, you need all that money to pay all them hospital bills. So, and then you get to take home the rest of the money. The rest is the hospital bills for what Francis is going to do to you. So here we go. 330, 330, 32, 331. Here we go. Still circling. Pachenko coming up with 100 strikes, they said. So she's putting up a lot of volume here. And it's only the second round. Here we go. Another shot. Just this constant pattern she's doing with the shot and then just stuffing it. Boom. 1-2 once again. Hit her with the 1-2 once again. Oh. Yeah, Pacheco is a little bit reluctant on throwing kicks, right? She seems very comfortable just throwing the bombs that she's doing right now. Yeah, she tried to go for a guillotine attempt. Now Pacheco is on Marina's guard right now. Yeah, look at Jake Paul giving some play-by-play action right here from live from his home as he's talking to the commentators. Here we go. So it's interesting, right? He's studying MMA in the midst of him having this December 10th fight that he has going on. That's quite interesting to say the least. That fight is going to be held on a Friday, I believe, or a Sunday, December 10th. I'm not sure. But write on the comments below if you guys have the exact date for Jake Paul's fight. But yeah, he's on the PFL commentary right now, live from his home as he is talking with his PFL gloves. Oh, here we go. Pacheco going for a ground and pound right in a full mount position. Now he got her on her back right here. He's trying to flatten her on her back, probably attempting a guillotine choke here. And Marina's fighting back from the bottom, but to no avail. Here's Pacheco with a wrist control. Now she's got one arm locked in to her neck as she's trying to control the other wrist. Yeah, here we go. Now she's going for a crank in this position. Not really much with just one arm. She's trying to go for a crank right here with 30 seconds left of the third round. Yeah, we're in the third round. So just like that, we're going into the championship rounds rather quickly. A little cool action for Friday night fights, huh? Here we go. 10 seconds left. And break right there. That is the end of the third round. We are now heading into the championship rounds of this fight. Yes. Here we go. This Pacheco, yeah, she hits really hard. You know what? Her and Amanda Nunes would have been a really good fight if you really think about it, right? Just the power alone. I don't know if she has the same skill level as Amanda Nunes. I would imagine probably not, but at the same time, yeah, just her punching power alone, I think would really pose a compelling matchup for Amanda Nunes. But obviously, Amanda Nunes is retired now, riding off into the sunset as the undisputed champion. And that wasn't too long ago. For those of you that don't remember, man, Amanda Nunes retired in UFC 289 in UFC Vancouver. And just like that, now it's like as if nobody really remembers Amanda Nunes, huh? It's quite strange if you really think about it. All right, here we go. Round four for the championship rounds. Okay. And then, of course, Marina's doing the same thing, circling around, and Pacheco is just stalking her down as time goes on. So here we are. Here you go. And now, so far, we've just been seeing the same thing over and over again. You could replay round one to this round, it would look the same. Pacheco going for the 1-2 shots. And anytime that there's an opening, a level change would happen for Marina, and she would try to shoot in, but get stuffed. And that's literally the story of the fight right now. Is we are in the fourth round with 410, 409, 408, 407, 406, 402, 403, 401. Low kick now by Pachaj, switching it up a little bit. Here we go. Oh, tries to go for a hip toss, but then gets reversed. And now Marina is on top on the full guard position. And here's a triangle attempt by Pacheco. Oh, here we go. Now she's trying to lift her up as here we go. Oh, now she got her again in a knee bar. Right on a knee bar. Yeah, Marina still has her in a knee bar while Pacheco is trying to get back up right here. Yeah, calf slicer attempt too late right there. They're back right up. You go 210, 209, 208, 207, 206. And then here's Jake Paul again joining them on a commentary. Yeah, they asked Jake Paul if they think any of these women are going to have any finishes. You know what? Pacheco is one of those fighters where she's either going to finish you in the first or second round because she has the strength to do that, or she's not going to do it at all. And I just don't think she's doing it at all. So here we are, right here now. Marina with a single leg attempt. Now they're back right up on their feet, circling around. The same thing as from round one to this round. It's just the same thing. She's circling around her, stalking her down. And if there is a chance, of course, Marina's going to shoot in for a double leg. And then there's a 1-2 again. She eats one in the face right there with 50 seconds left of the fourth round right here. 44, 43, 42. Here we go. Now, I wonder if Marina would do anything different in terms of, let's say, maybe moving forward and trying to walk her down. I wonder how that would work out if she tried that. But yeah, Randy Couture just said right now, yeah, it's hard to hit a moving target, and she just doesn't stop moving. So I think that is the reason why Pacheco is having a hard time trying to get the finish here because she knows how hard Pacheco hits. But at the same time, Pacheco is not willing to go in there and really try to walk her down in any kind of way, right? or chase her in a way where it would probably be tiring. Now, imagine if you tried to chase Tyson Fury as he's moving around up and down the ring, right? And you're trying to hit him. I think you're going to get tired eventually. Dominic Cruz at the 135 division, he would get guys tired just trying to chase him, trying to hit him, and eventually he would win the exchanges just based on the fact that the other guy's just too tired of chasing him down. So the fifth and final round of this championship coming up soon. Pacheco's corner says, "Don't lay low." Says they got to land some big hands. Trust her hands. Well, it's what she's doing, and she has every right to trust her hands in this particular contest. If you really think about it, right? I mean, she is a heavy hitter, and on top of that, Marina doesn't want to engage her in any type of way. So here we go. Round five. Here we go. Fifth and final round of the championship fight for the women's 145 division in the PFL. Marina versus Pacheco. Yeah, she did have a good moments here where she did threaten her on the floor a few times, which was great. But here we go again. The same pattern of movement as I was saying from round one till the championship round right now. She would shoot in, she would get stuffed, and then now we're back up on the feet again. And with Pacheco, she's just doing the same thing, going for the 1-2 shot, because guess what? She seems to be the much more harder hitter here, which really can worry Marina as the fight is going on. So here we are. She's backing her up against the cage, and then she's circling around. And they mentioned earlier, and I agree with this assessment, that the reason why there's not a finish going on is because it's hard to finish somebody that's moving around, right? Now imagine trying to hit somebody while they're moving around. I mentioned this about Dominic Cruz. I mentioned this about Tyson Fury. Those guys will tire you the F out if you try in any capacity to try and chase them. So yeah, Marina has to go for it. Jake Paul just said right here. So yeah, Pacheco is definitely up on the scorecards right now. I agree with Jake's assessment on that one right there. Oh, here we go. The high kick landed, but then Marina takes her down in the process. It's quite a good fight. Well, a whole lot better than obviously what we would expect. But what do you expect? This is a championship fight. This is high level stuff. They should be able to. Here we go. Here we go. Now she got her in a full mount position with 239, 238, 237 left of the fifth and final round for this championship fight. Yeah, Pacheco won this one right here. She could literally stay in this half guard position the entire fight and win the fight just based on just her overall performance the entire night. So I can't see any different with that. So let's 213, 211. Now less than 2 minutes left of the fifth and final round. Yeah, Pacheco is down on the bottom right here in the final round. It's less than 90 seconds now. I think, yeah, Pacheco got this one in the bag. I mean, Marina had her moments in the fight. She had those great attempts when it came to, let's say, the calf slicer, the leg locks, but Pacheco's aggression was just there all night. But you never know. You never know how these judges are going to score. And again, this is in Washington, D.C. I mean, I don't know what that really means in comparison to any other city, but different cities, different folks, and different strokes are just going to have a different outlook on how they see this fight. So, with 30 to 40 seconds left now of the fifth and final round. Yeah, even with the position that Marina was in throughout this entire fight, she is still in here just trying to get it in and just trying to that's it right there. Fifth and final bell. Fifth and final bell of the fight. So we are now awaiting the decision. Pacheco, trying to be the two division champion, was the former 155 champion, now going down to 145. We shall find out and see. Here we go. Now, just showing the highlights for the entire fight. Yeah, I think even with some of the takedowns that Marina was able to land, and even with some of the submission attempts that she was able to do, you can't deny Pacheco of this one. So, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Yeah, real good display for Marina, though, if you really think about it, right? I mean, considering that most people would get laid out by Pacheco. I mean, this is a person that has had 19 finishes throughout her entire 20 some odd wins in her career. Marina was able to dodge away from that by using a lot of elusive movement and just using her footwork to circle around the cage and avoiding a lot of the real heavy damage that she could have taken. And then on top of that, which is really great with the grappling exchanges in order for her to defend herself here. So, yep, Larissa wins this one. Yep, another Brazilian with a double championship, right? You had the likes of Alex Pereira obviously doing the same thing. Now she's doing that on the women's side. They mentioned earlier our very own Lance Palmer out here in Sacramento was also a two-weight champion in the PFL. Ray Cooper, a guy who just got beat by none other than uh, Derek Brunson tonight. That's yeah. So that kind of shows you the worth of the PFL belt, but nonetheless, neither here or there. So now here we are, they're questioning her in the cage, is asking her how she is very very like manly, the way that she talks, right? Very deep voice and all that, right? I mean, what do you expect, right? This is this is a top world female fighter. You can't expect anything less, which is why the likes of Ronda Rousey, Misha Tate, and all these other whatever you want to label them as, right? Type of people were just marketable fighters in comparison to someone like this. But there's an avenue and a lane for this, right? They say that, well, there's a certain community out there that they can somehow market this particular brand of fighters to, right? I'm talking about like the Amanda Nunez's of the world, the Liz Carmouche, the Pacheos of the world. I'm talking about women like that. There's a place for people like them to market to a certain audience. Like, for example, maybe people that are, well, how do I say this in a politically correct term? San Francisco residents. The problem is, here's the thing you got to understand: San Francisco residents are really not interested in MMA unless they do it themselves. So that's something a lot of people don't really take into consideration. Are like, well, why didn't Amanda Nunes become as popular as she did? She knocked out Misha Tate and then freaking Ronda Rousey and then Holly Holmes. So I don't understand why not, right? Well, the reason why not is because there's just certain people that are just not into the sport, and that's just the way that it is. I mean, will the other Brazilians support her or this and that? Yeah, but Brazilians are hardcore fans. They will support any mixed martial arts fight that is going on, regardless. So now they're showing a video package for Dennis Golzov and uh Renan Ferreira, the two big boys now. Now, this is where it gets really exciting. The co-main event and the main event of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. So don't forget to like and subscribe. If you guys are watching right now, watch till the end because I will cover this entire fight card from now till on. Right? Obviously, we started covering this card from what was the fight? The Impa Kungasai fight. Just right at the end of it, we started covering it. Then we covered the entire Magomed Sadusai fight. Now with the Larissa Morena fight. Now we're on to the Renan Ferreira, Dennis Golzov, and then the Clay Collard versus Ubin Mercier card. I got a lot of interesting information to share with you guys about that particular fight as this fight goes on. But now we are looking at potentially right here in the heavyweight division the two possible opponents for Francis Ngannou in the future. Obviously, he's tied down already towards Deontay Wilder. I don't know what to make of that because the fight is going to be quote unquote a mixed rules fight. I don't get it. Why not just do an MMA fight? Because nobody is, I don't know, I guess they're gonna make it a no special rules fight of some sort, but at the same time they want to disguise it as MMA. They're going to do it in small MMA gloves. The two guys are probably going to be allowed to kick, but then maybe takedowns and taking it on the ground and having a little jiu-jitsu roll is not going to be part of the whole deal, but it'll still look like a real MMA fight because of the fact that they're standing up, they're throwing bombs at each other with gloves on and no shoes and this and that. But in reality, it's not really an MMA fight if you want to make it a no rule, I mean, a mixed rules fight, right? So why not just make it an MMA fight, period? But that is the PFL's choice. Also, that is the choice of Deontay Wilder. I can't imagine that he could learn jujitsu from now till then on. Look, he's got a fight going on for December, right? Against Joseph Parker in Saudi Arabia. So how does it make sense for him to learn jujitsu right away? So in a way, I could kind of understand why Francis Ngannou and Deontay Wilder would agree to a mixed rules fight, because it wouldn't be fair in the jujitsu aspect or even in the wrestling aspect to put Deontay Wilder in that position. But what about the kicking aspect? I mean, how is he going to learn how to kick? Obviously, Francis Ngannou is just going to have his one ups on kicking when it comes to the striking aspect of things in MMA or in kickboxing or whatever you want to call this rule set that they got going on. But I think that's the reason why it makes sense, because you can't teach Deontay Wilder enough time when it comes to the ground aspect, especially since he's got a fight coming up in December. And then if you're trying to make this fight somewhere in the summertime of 2024, perhaps, who knows? But either way, real interesting matchup regardless. But again, I would rather see Deontay Wilder in a pure MMA fight. And here's the thing: Deontay Wilder would do really good in an MMA fight if you really think about it. You want to know why? Let's really analyze this and really put it down in perspective. For one, Deontay Wilder going into an MMA fight, he has what you call an eraser, right? What does that mean, having an eraser? It means whatever mistakes that he makes during the fight, he can just turn the pencil around and put an eraser to the paper and basically cut out whatever mistakes he did and go for this devastating knockout blow and end your lights. I mean, that's Deontay Wilder in a nutshell. That's why I say that he's got a great base for going into MMA, and that's knockout power. When you have knockout power, you can really, really correct a lot of mistakes. Ask Conor McGregor how that worked out in the Chad Mendes fight. How about when, let's say, Carl Froch, when he was getting beat, that 12-round win that he got in the boxing end, right? It helps. Even Deontay Wilder in some of his boxing matchups that he had with Luis Ortiz, what happened? He was able to knock the guy out. Why? Because of the fact that he had an eraser. He was losing. He was losing points, but out of nowhere, he knocks him out, changes the whole entire game. So a guy like that, man, you can take to any combat sports, really. You know, if he decided to learn Muay Thai earlier on in his life and just decided to go into that, he could probably have done great, right? Even MMA, who knows? Who knows? But again, knockout power equals being able to do almost what you want in that cage in terms of getting away with mistakes. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So here we go. The big boys are now walking into the cage. We got Henan Ferreira taking on Dennis Gulsov, and here comes Henan Ferreira, 6'8" of him walking into the cage. What is this he's walking out to? Sounds like some a Brazilian rap mixed with some New York influence of some sort. So here we go. The co-main event of the evening. And then after this, you got Clay Collard and Oliver Ubin Mercier. Yeah, he is quite a specimen, isn't he? 6'8". There's not a lot of guys that are that tall in MMA, which is why I said earlier Tyson Fury would really do great in mixed martial arts for those reasons. Same thing with Deontay Wilder. He does great just based on his power alone. So now Henan Ferreira has now entered the cage, has touched down, is walking around it, warming up. And now walking in soon is Dennis Golzov. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. And don't forget to share my content if you can. Thank you. Don't forget to also check out my other videos that I got going on as well. Patty versus Ferguson, pros and cons training with David Goggins. Here's why. It's different from military training versus sport functional training. Check out that video that I have on the video section. Also, I made a video about Hassan Campbell, what we can learn from the MMA world in terms of this guy getting shot. And also, I did a live version of that as well. That's doing pretty good. Hassan Campbell shot in live stream in the Bronx, no UFC weekend. Check out that title in the live section. Crawford and Aspinall undisputed. What does it all really mean? That's on the live section. Obviously, with this one that you're listening to right now. And let's see what else are some of the latest videos that I have. PFL purchases Bellator. 4 days ago, I made a video on that. Will they become the new rival for the UFC? We will find out. And then I made a video on Frank Warren versus Adam Catterall with Beef Reaction. Find out. Allen defeats Paul Craig. A little breakdown and a review on that. And then also the Saudis' long-term plan for UFC and boxing. Watch till the end to find out. That is on the video section. So check out some new content that I have going on, guys. And don't forget to like and subscribe. And now we have both men in the cage right now, ready to be announced. Dennis Golzov taking on Renan Ferreira for the heavyweight division of the PFL. Now, this is the tournament championship right here. I would imagine that the winner of this fight goes on to take on none other than Francis the Predator Ngannou. So here we go. 33-year-old Dennis Golsov, 34-year-old Renan Ferreira, 6'8", 6'5", 245 for Dennis, 261 pounds for Ferreira, 85-inch reach for Renan Ferreira, 78 for Dennis. And we are just ready to commence, and they are about to be announced right now. Thank you guys for watching. Once again, don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel. Keys to victory, jab and takedowns, ground and pound for Dennis. And then Ferreira, long range strikes, cage awareness, getting back to his feet. In other words, not allowing Dennis to take him down and grind on him the entire fight. So here we go. I'm excited for this one right here. This right here is a great heavyweight fight. This particular fight could main event any UFC card of any fight night. Not a pay-per-view, obviously. This is more than anything, maybe like a prelims level in the UFC. But it can also be a UFC fight night main event. So here we go. Renan Ferreira being announced by the British announcer in Washington, D.C. This fight is live in Washington, D.C., right? Let's take a look at the where the here we go. Yeah, see, it is taking place. The venue is called the Anthem in Washington, D.C. Okay. Ring announcer is Andy Shepard. All right. So now we know. Now we know. Just wanted to just confirm that one. Considered a combat sambo specialist. For those of you that don't know, combat sambo is literally amateur mixed martial arts with headgear. Yeah, that's literally what they do with no cage, by the way. With no cage. And that's what's interesting about Khabib is how he was able to really master the art of cage fighting when he came from a sport that realistically really didn't have cages. Same thing with a lot of MMA wrestlers that transition into MMA. Eventually, they just went and adapted themselves into MMA and learned how to fight on the cage. So here we go. Round one is about to commence in a couple of seconds. Are you ready? Are you ready? Round one. Here we go. The big boys are up. We are ready to see some bombs. You know, you're always going to see some bombs when you're watching two heavyweights. 452, 451, 449, 448 of the first round, 447. Low kick by Ferreira. Connects. Hook and punch by Dennis. Here we go. 435, 433, 432. And Ferreira is doing exactly what he was instructed to do that would absolutely help him into this fight, which is do exactly that, like use his range, right? Just flicking the jab out there, flicking the jab out there, feigning. You know, the game has evolved so much. You don't really see a lot of guys feigning back in the early 2000 days in MMA. Here we go. Bellator heavyweight champion Ryan Bader is watching right now. Same thing as with Jake Paul earlier. They had him. Here we go. Yeah, so real interesting that oh, here we go, a takedown by Dennis as what we had suspected he would do. Yeah, so it's interesting, right? The winner of this, as they say, I mean, obviously they're trying to line them up for Ryan Bader, but what about Francis Ngannou fighting any of these guys? Obviously, Francis Ngannou is tied up in celebrity matches that he wants to get into, celebrity death matches. You guys remember that back in the MTV days? Celebrity death match. But here we go. Dennis is now on top at the half guard position, and now he's going for a Kimura lock from the half guard position. Goldsov is trying to isolate his arm right here. Oh, he's got him in trouble. Look at this. He's trying to crank the shoulder. But it would be very difficult to really pull this off from a half guard position. Not saying that it's impossible, but a little difficult. Okay, now they're off. Now they're just still stuck in the half guard position for the current moment in time. All right, here we go. Still, just Dennis has been on top now for a few some odd minutes now. This is definitely good ground control time. I wonder if they count ground control. Obviously, yeah, PFL, UFC, or whatever, they're all the same in terms of the judges are scoring the fight, right? But I was going to say, yeah, do they score the fights differently in the PFL or UFC? Not really, because they all have the same commissions, they all have the same judges. But I wonder if the current judges that are watching this right now take consideration to ground time, so ground control time. So we'll see. Yeah, so Ryan Bader said that Hendon's got to get to the wall, get to the cage to try to stand back up. Real interesting advice for Ryan Bader here. Yeah, this is interesting. As I was mentioning earlier, this is great that they have people talking on live TV, like especially from a Skype or a FaceTime position, right? Earlier, they had Jake Paul come in and talk. Now it's Ryan Bader, obviously taking interest into this matchup. And I compared it to the old school days of pro wrestling. If you guys remember, during those days, it was like one of those situations where they had guys that were, I don't know, calling in while a match was going on with their rival or something to that extent. So here we go. 20 seconds left into the first round. And Dennis obviously has this first round. He just dominated all throughout the entire first round. Now he's on mount position with ground control the entire yeah. This is 10-9 for Dennis in the first round right here. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section if you scored it for one person or the other. I scored that for Dennis. Let me know if you guys think differently or you agree. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Ooh, mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. difficulties. But yeah, I did see that particular knockout with Renan Ferreira. Again, just like what I was mentioning earlier, sometimes you just really need that one equalizer to absolutely fix every problem that you have. And what exactly is that? Well, the problem of the mistakes that you make, which is what I had mentioned earlier about Deontay Wilder, right? Now you see that with Renan Ferreira. In the first round, we saw that, well, uh, Dennis was on top. He even mounted him, right? And then on top of that, just out of nowhere, he was able to knock him out with that power. And now here we are. We are now in the main event of the evening. What an interesting little promo they had going on. Obviously, Mercier trains with the likes of GSP. Clay Collard mentioned something to the effect of, well, you know what? I don't really come from any fancy gym or anything like that, but we're not fancy over here, but we get the job done. Real interesting for him to bring that up. Also, what's interesting here is that Clay Collard is literally an upset king, if you really think about it. The guy knows how to upset people. He's beaten some of the top fighters in the world. On top of that, he was able to beat some top rank boxing prospects, guys that were brought in to just basically go and beat him. And then out of nowhere, he comes in there as an MMA fighter fighting these boxers and ends up winning. I mean, it's great. It's a great story, isn't it? But here we are, excited for the main event of the evening, and we are now going to see Clay Collard taking on Ubin Mercier. So Clay Collard just walked into the cage right now. I think he's looking at himself on the screen, talking about, the little promo, those little pre-fight promos that they do before you walk in the cage and whatnot. So once again, guys, sorry for the technical difficulties I had earlier, but we are back now and we are ready for this main event of the evening. The Canadian Gangster. What a cool little name, right? I mean, I never really known Canadians to be gangster and whatnot, but hey, just like anywhere else in the world, they got gangsters and gangs everywhere. So, you can't deny them of that. So, yeah, so they're talking about his what do you call it? His little experience with George St. Pierre training with him and whatnot. So, let's see who is in his corners. For Zahabi in his corner doesn't look like it. Okay. That's interesting statement by Ubin Mercier there. He says that in MMA, you don't have to prove your game to anybody, right? You only have to prove the game to yourself. In other words, like, don't fight out of your element. Fight within your strategy rather than trying to fight in a way that is trying to impress people. That's quite interesting to really put that in perspective. So, let's see what else here. All right. So now here we go. 34 years old for Aubin Mercier, 30 for Collard, 6 feet for Collard, 5'11 for Aubin Mercier at 155. Here we go. They are about to be announced, and we are getting ready for now the main event of the evening, which is the championship 155 pounds for the PFL. So keys to victory for Aubin Mercier. He needs to get some leg kicks, takedowns, and control the pace. Clay Collard needs to go in there, hit him with some body shots, move forward on him in a way that he upsetted some of these top-ranked boxers that he did. By the way, that doesn't get talked about enough, right? How he was able to beat some undefeated boxers, because obviously we all have this stigma where a professional boxer is always going to beat an MMA fighter, but not so fast. That's not always true, is it? So here we go. 5 rounds of action. "24 wins, 10 losses, 1 no contest for Clay Collard." Check out the Mortal Kombat tattoo that Clay Collard has on his right arm, top right arm. Little old school Mortal Kombat tattoo. You don't notice things like that unless you really pay attention to the what do you call it? The introduction to these fighters that you're seeing right now. And here we go. They're now introducing Aubin Mercier. He's got that 1920s look with the mustache thing. Olivier Aubin Mercier from Canada. Oh, wait, he does have Faraz Zahabi in his corner. Sorry about that. Yes, Faraz Zahabi is in the corner of Olivier Aubin Mercier. Yeah, it was quite strange. You know, I used to be Facebook friends with Faraz Zahabi in my old Facebook until that one got shut down. But yeah, neither here or there. So now we are in for the main event of the evening. Mario Yamasaki is the referee for this fight. Final instructions. Here we go. Round 1 is about to commence. All right, round 1. Here we go. 4:55, 4:54, 4:53, 4:51 of the first round. Clay Collard circling around. Obier's trying to corner him in. Low kick by Collard. Punch by Collard. Good punch by Aubin Mercier. Corners him up against the fence. Collard moves in, tries to move forward out of the corner. Goes with the 1-2. Low kick by Obier. Checks it. High kick by Collard, misses. It's got a bit of a hands down approach right now. Now, some argue that doing a hands down approach is actually quite good because it doesn't burn your arms out as much. But I think there's a reasonability behind that. And part of the reasonability is just being able to, let's say, have the right distance if you want to keep your hands down. I think that's the key of fighting with your hands down, is just having the right distance. That, or you just feel you're really fast in the pocket. And speaking of which, here we go. 1-2 and a low kick by Clay Collard right here. Oh, a body kick by Olivier. Shoots in for a double leg. Gets it. Well, Collard's getting up right here. 3:33-32 of the first round. Gets his back. Olivier gets his back, but Clay Collard's getting up. He's too tough for this. He's not going to let you take him down that easily. Here we go. He's trying to drag him down to the ground. Gets it. Collard right down to his head. Here we go. Now he's trying to hook those legs in as he still has a body lock up against the cage. Goes for the knee. Collard got him down. Now he's pounding away on top. Okay, now he's got a body lock. He's got his back in a body lock position. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, my goodness. He had it. He almost had it. The rear naked choke with the body lock. Now he's in a ground and pound position. He's got the body lock still on right here. He's pounding while one hand is trying to crank on the other one, and then he's trying to decide whether he wants to punch or go for a rear naked choke. And now here comes Clay Collard standing up as he is riding Aubin Mercier in a backpack position as he's trying to get up. Now he's all in his all fours. He's trying to prevent himself from getting stretched out. So he's okay, now he's back down again. And now Aubin Mercier. Yeah, this is a lot of weight for Clay Collard to be carrying right here. So he has to try to fight out of this position. But the body lock is still in Clay Collard right now, which, by the way, what a lot of people don't understand about this position, having a body lock around you, it really does cut off your breathing in some capacity. So something to think about. Excellent escape right there. Okay. Now they're on the cage. Now gets him back down on the ground again. Still is on his back. Oh, here we go. Reverse. Now he's got a knee bar on him, just like in the Pacheco fight earlier with Marina and Pacheco. Very similar. But now they're fighting leg lock positions right here up against the cage. He's trying to scramble and get out right here. Yeah, he's been having all the ground control of this fight the entire round. Also, just continuing to keep that body lock on him, which, by the way, again, what a lot of people don't know is that this disrupts your breathing, especially if you hold it tight enough. At the same time, you also can't hold it so tight that you're going to lose energy as you are in this position. It's very underrated in how tiring this can be, especially for the guy that is on the receiving end of it, which is Clay Collard at the current moment in time. All right. And that is the end of the first round for this championship fight. Yeah, 10-9 for Mercier on this one. But again, don't count Clay Collard out. That guy has power, right? He just needs one shot to end his guy. And who knows? Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't, but yeah, 2-1 combination by Collard right here. A 2-1 combination is basically where you start off with a cross and then follow it up with a jab at the end of the punch. Usually it's 1-2, meaning that you throw the jab first and then the cross. With Clay Collard, he did it with the cross and then with the jab, which is what you would call the 1-2 position. But that entire round was all Aubin Mercier. I mean, he had absolute ground control. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, here we go. Round 442, 441. High kick by Olivier Mercier. 1-2 moving forward by Clay Collard. Oh, and a check hook by Mercier right there. Body kick by Aubin Mercier. 1-2 forward by Clay Collard. There it is, a body shot right there. A little thing or two he sort of learned from his pro boxing days. Here we go. Shoot in for a single leg by Aubin Mercier, stuffed by Clay Collard. Oh, he's got a dead foot. Somebody has an injured foot. Who was it? What happened? Yeah, the lead right leg is having some problems early. They said, "Who is that? Is that Aubin Mercier or is that Clay Collard?" Here we go. Now they're clinched up against the fence right here. Yeah, Aubin Mercier got him down on the ground right now. Now they're in a half guard position. Yeah, he's got a body triangle on him right now. Yeah, it's again just absolute ground control for Obi Mercier in this fight. Now with the body lock again, and again, you got to understand that body lock can really affect your breathing, and it's great on Obier's part to just constantly imply that. It's been the same thing this whole entire round right here. Just absolute ground control on the part of Aubin Mercier. Just nothing really different. I just see this going for Aubin Mercier if this fight continues on. I guess if, of course, Clay Collard's a very exciting fighter out of nowhere, he could just absolutely get a knockout here, just like what happened with Brendan Loughlin, right? He had that situation in his PFL championship fight where he was losing and out of nowhere he comes back and gets a knockout. Okay, now they're showing the little leg injury that Aubin Mercier had going on. He was basically in a position where he compromised his leg, twisted in the wrong way as he was trying to shoot for, or at least some sort of grappling exchange that they had going on. So here we go. This is 2 rounds down now. I have to give this to Aubin Mercier 2-0. Now, let me know what you guys think in the comment section in terms of who's winning this fight. Yeah, I obviously got Oliver Messier winning this fight in a particular moment of time, but we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, uh, things change and time can change as the fight goes on. We'll find out and see what's up. So here we go. Now they're in a grappling exchange right here. Wrist control by Clay Collard gets out of that position. Oh, nice double by Oben Mercier right here. Now he's in a mount position. He now has him in a mount position. I don't see this going any other way right here. All right, now he's out. Now they're back up again. All right, back at it. So here we are, 10 seconds left into the third round of this fight. And once again, just got to give it 3-0 for Ober Mercier, just based on his grappling alone. But again, as always, Clay Collard is always dangerous when it comes to, yeah, when it comes to any given time of the fight. So don't sleep on him in this one, even though Oben Mercier has this one in the bag. So, all right. We are now in the championship rounds of this fight. So it's going to be real interesting to see how this fight plays out. Right? He's doing great, Oben Mercier. I mean, what do you expect, right? The guy trains with George St. Pierre, probably one of the greatest tacticians of all time. Faraz Zahabi, one of the greatest coaches of all time. It's, yeah. Lord have mercy, he says, Randy Couture. That's interesting. Yeah, here we go. Fourth round of the championships. Yeah, Oben Mercier, when he was in the UFC, right? You got to ask yourself, right? Would he be able to get an opportunity like this, winning $1 million the way that he would in the UFC, even if he was fighting for the championship in the UFC? I really can't see him making this kind of money, at least not in the level that he's at currently. But here he is nonetheless. So here we go. Clay Collard moving forward. 1-2. And I think that leg is still compromised. Here it is. Clay Collard goes for a Superman punch. Something George St. Pierre is quite familiar with. Double jab. Here we go. Okay, he goes and shoots in, stuffing the takedowns by Clay. Transitions him into the cage. Yeah, OAM's leg is quite damaged in this one. We got about less than 3 minutes left into the third round. Now he's just stomping away as he's pushing him up against the fence. Now they're transitioning on each other. And here we go. Owen Mercier tries to shoot in for a single or double leg right up against the fence. He's got 2 minutes left. Yeah, Clay Collard's got to try something, right? I mean, he is trying as much as he can, but it's not enough. Yeah, Kenny Florian mentioned something interesting here. He wants to try to put pain on Ove Mercier instead of trying to circle out before he circles out. So I suppose this is the course of action that he takes because of it. Yeah, now still stuck in the same position. Yeah, final seconds of the round right now. Just Clay Collar really needs to do something here. Now, the fifth and final round, we're going to find out if there is a chance. All right, here we go. The fifth and final round of this contest. How do you guys see it? It's a complete shutout for Aubin Mercier so far. And Clay Collar needs to get a knockout. If he gets a knockout, I mean, great. It's gonna be, oh wow, he's stunned. Speaking of which, he's stunned right now. Oh, but OAM takes him down to the ground. Yeah, within just 10 seconds into the fight, he's already down on the ground. Now he's got him in a body lock again. Not locked in completely, but yeah, he's got his legs wrapped around him on his back, going for a rear naked choke. But good job on the part of Clay Collar defending this right here. OEM's very high on the triangle right now. Yeah, now he's just holding on right here. Okay, now he's got the body lock position locked in, which again, as I was telling you guys, is quite difficult for anybody to breathe through while they have you in that position. So yeah, they're saying what did they say in his corner? Maybe he should just try to coast or just try to do something a little bit different. To me, in this position right now, yeah, this is just clearly Aubin Mercier. He won this one right here. Collard, all he can do right now is just really just try to survive, right? And if he can survive, great. If he can't, well, that's even better for Aubin Mercier getting a finish rather than a decision. But again, I think this is a fight for Aubin Mercier to win with just under 3 minutes left. So all he's got to do now is just literally just hold on. And here we are right here. Now he's He's now trying to attempt the rear naked choke again with the body lock locked in. So, oh, here we go. Now it's right under the chin. Like as I was saying earlier, he's really got to go for a finish to really make this impressive. Now Clay's got to try to turn away from this position in order for him to escape this, but he's also got wrist control on Aubin Mercier right here. He's got to try to create some sort of space. Just 2 minutes left into this fight. By the way, after this fight, I'm going to stay and do a post fight and then just continue a live stream from here. And then we can go on and see what we can do. So, but yeah, 151, 150, 147, 146 of the final fifth round. Aubin Mercier on top. Nothing really more to see in here other than just a coasting of victory for him in this end. So here we go. Collard's trying to climb up on the fence. Not much. OBA won't allow it. So here we go. Yeah, 30 seconds left. You got Aubin Mercier winning this one right here for sure. Yeah, this is the way that you really got to neutralize Clay Collard, right? I mean, you just got to grind him out because otherwise, if you don't, he's just going to knock you out or, outstrike you on the feet. But there it is. Great job on him, though. Great job on Aubin Mercier for really just neutralizing everything that Clay Collard could have possibly thrown at him. And there's Faraz Zahabi picking up his man right there. All right. Now, hold on just a second, guys. We will be right back. But obviously, we have this win for Clay Collard, and we will continue the coverage. All right. So now Aubin Mercier is talking about how the PFL could potentially be the future for MMA. Now, is he wrong? Not really. I mean, considering the fact that, well, the UFC is sort of in a legal trouble right now, and you don't know where that's going to lead. However, they are still the overall consensus monopoly of the mixed martial arts world. But either way, you never know. I mean, not everybody always stays on top, right? But remember back in the days when they had the ABA, when they had the XFL trying to challenge the NFL. I mean, these things are always happening and always present in terms of potential competition out there. So, but either way, it is what it is. So, all right. So now that concludes PFL for November 24th, 2023. Now they're having all the champions top three strike speeds they had tonight: 24 miles per hour for Impa, 24 for Larissa Pacheco, and 23 miles per hour for Renan Ferreira. I'm quite curious to know how they found that out. Obviously, they have some kind of radar there. I don't know if they use the same type of radar they do for the police stations, but that's quite interesting to say the very least. So let's see here. So now they're just showing the highlights of the night. Renan Ferreira winning the heavyweight championship, Pacheco winning hers, and Magomedov winning the 170 championship. Yeah, quite a good card. Quite a good card. Very interesting concept that the PFL has. Obviously, moving forward, you're going to have the Bellator. They're going to keep that same type of, I guess, format that they have going on for Bellator. Um, when it comes to PFL, they're going to keep it the same way. They're going to have super fights while having tournaments at the same time. So yeah, that's going to be fascinating to see for to say the least. So all right. So in the meantime, I'm going to play you guys a video that I did regarding Saudi's long-term plans. I'll be right back and we will continue on the show and we'll continue the coverage for PFL and all the other fights that are going on tonight. If there's any other fights, obviously there's a David Benavidez versus Demetrius Andrade tomorrow. That's going to be a big one for all the hardcores for the sport of boxing. But in the meantime, yeah, let's just continue on with the stream, milk this a little bit, and maybe do a little bit of some reaction. You know what? I think I'm going to do a reaction to what is this? Ian Gary's video about Jesse on fire. He made something about Ian Gary. I'm gonna react to that video. So yeah, we'll take a look at that. But in the meantime, check this out. This video that I did, Saudi's long-term plan for boxing and UFC. You know, as we know, recently we've seen the extraordinary presentation of Saudi Arabia in the world of boxing. They will continue to do so with a long-term plan, but with a significant slight criticism in recent matchmaking, in particular, why Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder aren't fighting each other. Find out the long-term goals the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has in store in their long-awaited UFC card in March. Now, what does this all mean in the efforts to the contribution in the world of mixed martial arts and world championship level boxing? Let's watch this and find out. Saudi Arabia is now becoming a powerhouse in the world of professional mixed martial arts and obviously professional boxing. In the recent times, they had the press conference for the Day of Reckoning, that big, huge card with all these heavyweight names and top level names, such as Bivol taking on Arthur. And The list goes on. Then you have Deontay Wilder taking on Joseph Parker, which on any given instances would have been really hard to make. Obviously, not impossible to make a Parker versus Wilder fight, but difficult in the circumstances that the present day boxing business can really just create barriers and challenges along the way when it comes to trying to sign these guys. Then you have Anthony Joshua. He is taking on Otto Wallin, which is a great fight. Obviously, not the fight that everybody wants to see. And then you have, who else do you have in that card? A whole bunch of names. Philip Hergovich is in that card. Who else? I believe they were trying to put that Chinese guy, Weili Zhang, but that just never happened. Somewhere down the line, they will. And then you had Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk in their press conference, which showed you a little bit of the entertainment side of Tyson Fury. And, of course, stepping a little bit out of character to basically try and persuade Alexander Usyk to be scared of him, to be afraid of him, to be a little bit worried. And of course, Alexander Usyk is looking at this guy like, do you have any idea what my country is going through right now? We're going through war, bro. There's nothing you can do that can possibly somehow scare me. So that's the demeanor that both of these guys are having, and it's entertaining and it's great. Not only that, it really solidifies the Saudis as a big player in the world of combat sports. And by the way, not just boxing, but obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the world of professional mixed martial arts, which is none other than the UFC. Now, let's face it, when we talk about the UFC, we are literally talking about a company that has a monopoly over everybody else in the entire game. However, the Saudis have so much money that they can literally create their own league and rival the UFC in the way that WCW has rivaled WWE back in the Monday Night Wars of the 90s wrestling days. They can absolutely do that. But will they? Well, the answer really relies upon what the UFC wants to do. And if you really want to put it down like that, understand this. The UFC would rather put themselves in a position where better to join them than rather try to compete against them and not having any luck in terms of, let's say, re-signing some top fighters. Now, imagine if Conor McGregor decides tomorrow that, well, you know what, my contract is up, so I'm going to go sign with somebody else. Who can pay me more than the UFC? How about the Saudis? The Saudis would gladly bring him in. Just like what the PFL did with Shane Burgos and Derek Brunson, who, by the way, was supposed to fight Roman Dolezzi, the Georgian 185 fighter, in the latest Abu Dhabi card, which, by the way, never happened because guess what? The contract terms with Derek Brunson and the UFC just never came about. The other league offered him a little bit more money. So you can imagine when these fighters hit that crossroad of their last fight in their contract, you better believe that, well, the Saudis can easily go in there and sneak right in and take it from them. But that's not what they're going to do, because the UFC has now this mentality of if you can't beat them, join them, which is what I was trying to convey early on. They can't beat the Saudis. So what they're going to do is, you know what? They're already a big name. The Saudis can use them based on whatever it is that they want to do. They can throw some money in there, give a few guys the bonuses, give a few guys extra salaries on top of what they're already making, maybe make the venue look even better than whatever venue you would see a normal UFC card in any given city, or create some sort of show around it. But obviously, you know that the UFC is very stiff in the way that they, let's say, market themselves. Not stiff, but more like plain. Meaning that you look at in 2005, what was their music in their opening pay-per-view from 05 till then on? It was Face the Pain, a heavy metal song, right? Very plain, doesn't really have a lot of extravagance to it. Whereas you look at other leagues, such as the NBA, the NFL, the NHL, all the other Premier League soccers, La Liga, whatever type of professional sports setting there is out there. They got all types of music like hip hop, pop music to try and attract the mainstream crowd. Whereas here with the UFC, they just had a heavy metal music and that was it. And then with the entrance music, if you're not talking about Conor McGregor being walked out by Sinead O'Connor or Chad Mendes, our very own Chad Mendes here in Sacramento, who fought Conor McGregor and walked out to Aaron Lewis's Country Boy. By the way, done live, among other things. The Saudis can fulfill something like that, but at the same time, the UFC never really had the type of ethos to somehow make these extravagant shows. Rather, they would just like, hey, here's your entrance music, go out there to the cage and fight. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Obviously, Izzy has had a few grand entrances as well with some dance routines that he's done. He did an Undertaker walkout one time, which is great. He did some sort of Black Panther dance, hip hop type of thing he had going on. Either way, the UFC does very minimal of that. And the majority of the time, it's really just, well, get out there with your own entrance music and fight. And that's it. Nothing extravagant, nothing more, nothing less. They don't even have guys walk out with their championship belts in the main event. But that's neither here or there. The point of the matter that I'm trying to make is that the Saudis would rather have their company with the UFC in terms of, let's say, just jumping in right away and asking the UFC, hey, what do you need? You need this money, you need this, you need that, you need these logistics done, no problem. So that's what we have going on. Now, in the boxing side, what are they trying to do with these boxing matches? You're probably wondering, why isn't Anthony Joshua fighting Deontay Wilder? And I'll tell you why. Reason being is because of the fact that they want to set it up. This is going to be a big fight. And as big as this fight will be, they're going to set it up later on for an even bigger show. So now you have Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua under the umbrella of the Saudis, correct? They make a good account of themselves against Otto Wallin and Deontay Wilder's opponent, Joseph Parker. They both do good, AJ and Deontay Wilder. Now they can create an even bigger matchup out of that. Oh, look at his performance that he did against Otto Wallin. Oh, look at Joseph Parker's performance against Deontay Wilder. All right. So if you guys want to watch the rest of that, is this on? Yeah, if you guys want to watch the rest of that, I suggest take a look at that video that I did with the Saudis' long-term plan that they have for boxing and MMA and what they're trying to do. So right now,
Oh my God! Oh my God! I didn't even seen that, dude.
What is this? Okay, so now we're reacting.
I had not even seen that. I swear to you guys, I had not seen that. I had been skipping through this video. I didn't even know that. All right, so a lot of me and Gary talk. I just got one of the what? Wow, dude. Wow. Some new information dropped by my boy over there that we're going to go through today. I'm going to just show you what I saw, and we're going to talk about that. I'll tell you, first of all, why were you sitting up here doing this video, Jesse on Fire? Oh, well, what I was going to do is tell everyone exactly why Ian Gary actually got kicked out of Leon Edwards' gym. I'm going to just go, whoop. Hey, here's a look behind the curtain, okay? It's in plain sight. All you have to do is
we're going to react to this one right here.
Just go, oh, how would this person behave in this situation? And then how would that affect the people around them? And like, I'll tell you exactly why he got kicked out. For sure. For sure. And I would challenge Leon Edwards' team to come and say anything that what I said is wrong. because I'm right for sure. It's not going to make them look bad or anything. Ian Gary, it might illuminate things for Ian Gary where he's like, they're just being insecure. It's like, you're going to have to just kind of listen and then go, yeah, that makes sense. But then in the process of doing research for this video, I stumbled upon this whole, like, Ian Gary's, they're saying all this stuff about his wife capturing him and yada, yada. And then he said there's a fat neck beard on YouTube. And I was, oh my God, he's talking about Guru. So I just watched Guru's response video and oh my God. Oh my God. It's the biggest gotcha I've in history. Now, today's going to be a tough lesson for the Ian Gary household, okay? And the lesson is this, which I teach my daughters every day. Anything on the internet is written in permanent marker. You can't make it go away. As soon as it's on the internet, it never goes away. That's why if you're 24, 25 years old and you're a girl and you're like, gosh, these girls are making so much money doing OnlyFans. Maybe if I take a beer bottle and I see if I can stuff it in.
I got to tell you, man, these are some unexpected turns in this particular content, right? Because I saw this video earlier and well, I didn't see it. I'm actually just watching it for the first time with you guys right now. So guess what? If this is your first time watching this video from Jesse on Fire, a guy who has shouted me out on his show plenty of times, a guy who supports my channel, I'm going to go react to his video because, well, it's about Ian Gary. And you know what? Here's the thing. Ian Gary is a very fascinating fighter for me, right? Here's a guy who grew up idolizing Conor McGregor. He was working at a suit store that Conor McGregor walked in, and then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, he became a All right, so we're back right on. So as I was saying, uh, before the little feed got cut off there. Now, what I was saying was that one of the things that really fascinates me about Ian Gary was obviously he worked at a store that Conor McGregor had. You know, he was working there, and Conor McGregor was buying a suit, and then he made a selfie with him, or yeah, some sort of like photo op of some sort. And
oh my God.
Let's see, where was that part that we were just at with Jesse on Fire right here? So all of a sudden now he's this guy that now trains with Conor McGregor.
For sure.
Not really
and
trains with him. There's been
team to come and say
reports that he sparred with him.
What I said is wrong. Because I'm right, for sure.
Okay,
it's not going to make them look
let's
bad
react to this. This is my first time watching this.
It might illuminate things for Ian Gary where he's like, they're just being insecure. Like, you're going to have to just kind of listen and then go, yeah, that makes sense. But then in the process of doing research for this video, I stumbled upon this whole, like, Ian Gary's, they're saying all this stuff about his wife capturing him and yada, yada. And then he said there's a fat neck beard on YouTube. And I was, oh my God, he's talking about Guru. So I just watched Guru's response video and oh my God. Oh my God. It's the biggest gotcha I've in history. Now, today's going to be a tough lesson for the Ian Gary household, okay? And the lesson is this, which I teach my daughters every day. Anything on the internet is written in permanent marker. You can't make it go away. As soon as it's on the internet, it never goes away. That's why if you're 24, 25 years old and you're...
Yeah, that's really important to understand as a life lesson period, right? And again, this is what's great about mixed martial arts. We get to learn life lessons not only through the competition and through the hardships that it takes to get in that cage and to persevere through adversity, but also you learn about some of the things that these people go through in their private lives and how they deal with it and how you should deal with it overall in terms of trying to build a life that is happy and fulfilling. So here we go.
Girl, and you're like, gosh, these girls are making so much money doing OnlyFans. Maybe if I take a beer bottle and I see if I can stuff it in one of my orifices, I'll make lots of money. It's like, yeah, you think that's a good idea? I do. I mean, like, I could make $1 million. Mm-hmm. So I want you to just think about yourself in 10 years when you are, assuming that you ever get married, to one of your simps, but you're like, oh my God, I want to have children. And then your kids will always be able to find a video of you shoving a beer bottle up your own ass. Does that seem like it's a good idea? Think forward. It's written in permanent marker. There's nothing you can do about it. All right, so what did she do? Let's get right into it. Credit to MMA Guru for digging this up because I'm telling you in advance, okay? When I set out to...
I got to tell you about MMA Guru. This guy, I sort of have this love and hate thing with him, right? Because look, make no mistake about it, MMA Guru is a talented and not only that, a hardworking YouTuber. However, I also think that he's never fought before, even though he says that he's fought in Taekwondo competitions. Fair enough. That's not really a fight, in my opinion. I mean, it's a fight, but then it's not. Just like wrestling, there's a lot of tough guys in wrestling, but wrestling is not a fight. And I've mentioned this when I did that podcast episode with Zayn Musa, Boxing Dosage. But anyways, let's continue on with this.
Do this video in plain English, okay? I was going to review, I went to go look at the video that MMA Guru is watching right now, where Ian Gary is responding to the rumors that said that, his wife's taking advantage of him. She's like, she's manipulating him. She's one of these girls that just captured a young, vibrant, future star athlete. As a matter of fact, let's watch a little bit of that. Dude, if that girl looked at you like that, she would tell you to subscribe to Jesse on Fire and like this video immediately. Subscribe and like. That's what she said. That's not what I'm saying. Look in her eyes. That's what she's saying to do. I'm telling, like, if
Jesse, you know damn well that's not what she said. But anyways, I'm going to just leave this pause button right here for a second for you to look at. I love you, Jesse. By the way, for those of you that don't know, Jesse on Fire has shouted me out plenty of times on his live chats and supports my page. So I thought I'd give him the same amount of respect by reacting to his video. And this is a great story anyway, great content. And this is the first time me watching it. So I'm watching it with you guys as I'm reacting to it.
If you were like at an event and that girl looked at you like that, I want to pause it right on the look, actually. Okay.
Black Friday sale. What a horrible commercial. How many of you people trampled on each other as you were going through your little Black Friday thing? But anyways,
you're at some event, that girl gives you those eyes. You literally will not be able to stop thinking about her for the next 5 years. You just be like, God damn, I think I could have had that, dude. I think I could have had that. That girl is a hypnotist. She is a fucking dime. She knows exactly what she's doing. It's a superpower. That's why all of this shit in all the media where they're like, we need the girls to be superheroes. We need them to be able to kill everyone and like fly around and just hit people with lasers and
yeah, and guess what? How did that turn out? Nobody wanted to show up to any of those movies because those movies were no good. They're not realistic, and really, nobody is interested in seeing a lead heroine in a film. That's just what it is. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, heroine, for those that don't understand English, it literally means a female hero in a movie, not the heroine that you think. But anyways,
like, that's not girls' superpower, okay? And I realize we're in combat sports. There are a lot of really tough girls. But the real superpower is their ability to think about like a vampire. You know, like vampires can be like, you want to open the door. And they're like, oh, and they open the door. They also can jump on your neck and shred your throat, right? Like they can both physically destroy you, but they also can just tell you what to do and you'll do it. You want to go to your bank account and empty it and give me all your money. And you're all, So the question is, which superpower would you rather have? Okay. I'll take persuasion all day. Okay. Because I could just tell the person that can rip my throat out and just be like, you want to go sit on the couch and do your taxes while I go and hang out with some other guy right in front of you. And it's not going to bother you at all. They're all, oh, do my taxes while you're at it. They're all right. All that physical capability doesn't really matter at this point. And so that brings us to the second part of the story, which is I'm going to actually show you me seeing this and learning this for the very first time right now. Have a look. Okay, so we have to do this whole thing out of order, okay? Because in the process of setting up the video to show you what Guru exposed about Ian Gary's wife, I found another part of the video that I had not seen, and I recorded myself seeing it for the first time, and it is a way bigger deal than what I was going to show you. All the pre stuff that I've said before this was about what I'm about to show you, which is that his wife wrote a book about capturing professional athletes and getting them to marry you. She wrote a book about it. Okay, I don't want to take the thunder. Let me give Guru his due and proper.
Okay, so that's quite big. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, that is really interesting, and I'm going to tell you why. For one, you got to understand something, right? In the past, I've heard about Ian Gary before he came into the UFC. People were talking about him in the underground forums. All the hardcore MMA guys were saying, yeah, we have this undefeated kid in Ireland. He's going to be great. He trains with all these big names. He trains with a lot of good guys. And I was like hearing a lot of really good things. And then you look at Ian Gary, you look at the interview that he did with DC when he did one of those New York fight cards a couple of years ago. And you think to yourself, what? You know what? He's quite a likable kid, isn't he? He's very well-mannered, very well-spoken, very humble kid when he needs to. And then obviously up until the Neil Magny fight, then you started realizing, whoa, this kid has a different side to him. Well, not just that. There's also a different side to, let's say, his fiance as well. Right? Because then you don't really think much of it. I've heard rumblings in the past saying that, oh, well, he's with a much older woman and this and that. And you don't really take much of it. You don't really think too much of what that is or what it means. But from what Jesse is saying right now, this is quite significant, quite interesting in that end. So here we go.
And play this for you. And then I'm going to discuss that. Then we're going to get to the big story here. And then if I remember, I'll talk about the gym. She wrote the book. She wrote the book. Okay. How to be a wag is that's a term for a girl who captures and marries a professional athlete. That is what she wrote a fucking book about, dude. Again, you put something on the internet, you can't ever get rid of it, dude. You can't get rid of it. What is this still doing on Kindle? How is this still up? Oh, wait. How is this still up? I can tell you.
You cry with him. Go cry in your ex-husband's arms.
Go.
Everyone on your gift list is gonna love Cheryl's cookies this holiday season. Baked fresh with the finest ingredients, no added preservatives, and
Go cry with him. Go cry in your ex-husband's arms. He said, I'll go cry with Kurt. She just said, I'll go cry with Curtis then. By the way, if you don't know, because it just gets better and better with the Ian Gary story. Her ex-husband lives with them. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying to you right now. Her ex-husband lives with them and works as Ian Gary's nutritionist and has him on a vegan diet. You can't make it up. This is one of the things that I talked about in my video.
Look, at first, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I didn't really see anything nefarious in the beginning, right? Because, everyone was always saying, well, this and that, Ian Gary, this and that. But then you never really understand how true it is until, well, certain evidences are being put to the table. And this is,
That's
literally
definitely
one of
struck a
them right
nerve
here.
with her. And she just mentioned there again, we're going to go back over it.
Oh my God.
Brains me if I
Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even seen that, dude. I had not even seen that. I swear to you guys, I had not seen that. I had been skipping through
Wow.
this video. I didn't even know that. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Wow, dude. So everything that I had just alluded to is not this. This is not even that, dude. This is not what I was going to talk about. It gets worse. Well, gee, I don't know if it gets worse, actually. Oh my God, dude. Okay, so I obviously have to keep that clip in because that is for real. Me just finding out that her ex-husband lives with them and is Ian Gary's nutritionist. Okay, so you're going to notice an edit right there because I spoke.
Okay, so that right there is a little bit strange that he didn't know that Jesse on Fire had no idea of that, I suppose, but yeah, moving on. Ooh. All right, we're back. Here we go. Sorry about that.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Wow, dude. So everything that I had just alluded to is not this. This is not even that, dude. This is not what I was going to talk about. It gets worse. Well, gee, I don't know if it gets worse, actually. Oh my God, dude. Okay, so I obviously have to keep that clip in because that is for real. Me just finding out that her ex-husband lives with them and is Ian Gary's nutritionist. Okay, so you're going to notice an edit right there because...
Yeah, so as I was saying before the stream and it got cut off, I was quite surprised that Jesse just found that out. But again, different strokes of different folks, even though we're all in the same MMA content creation business, we all don't know the same amount of information, right? I mean, even me, I didn't know until later on that the UFC signed with Bud Light. And by the way, how I was told, I was on this right-wing podcast named The Dummies Show, right? Don't Unfriend Me Show on Facebook. And they asked me, hey, did you hear about Dana White, signing with Bud Light and whatnot? And what do you think? I was like, wow, this is the first time I heard about that. But yeah, we all don't know everything. But this one, I'm surprised that he didn't even know that Ian Gary's nutritionist was his wife's ex-husband, which is quite strange for some people's standards. And we'll go into that in a bit as well.
Because I spoke for the next, actually, you want to see that should be some really excellent members only content. As a matter of fact, that is exactly, I will put that in members only later. The next 7-minute rant that I went on when I found out.
By the way, shout outs to Gino Alpha, one of my biggest supporters in the show. Man, it was an overall good card, but the skill level in the 205 was rough. Yeah, I agree. That was in regards to the PFL card.
Ex-husband lives with them and is Ian Gary's nutritionist. I'll give you a preview right now. I think one of the lines I said was, hey, Ian, while you eat celery, I'm going to put your wife on the all meat diet. Something like that. Like, hey, why don't you, eat this celery and then go off and train. Now, since then, I've done a little bit more research on the situation and I'll take a little bit more, moderate approach. So the truth of that story is that they were married. They had a kid. They split 9 years ago and have remained very close friends because they have a kid together. Now, is that possible? Sure, of course. Is it? If you go back and think about all the things that Ian Gary has said about all of these things, like he gave himself the Machado last name.
Okay, so that in and of itself isn't really that strange, right? To be friends with an ex-wife or something like that, especially when you have a kid with them, that in and of itself is not strange, but it gets sort of stranger. And how it gets stranger is to the point where, let's say, well, Ian Gary is sort of in this position where, I don't know, he changes his last name just so that everybody in the family could be equal to a certain degree. But that is quite strange, right? I mean, it's liberal middle class behavior, for lack of a better term. So
that he can simultaneously have all of his kids have all the same last name. That would be commendable if that's why. If he is having her ex-husband live with them so that her
commendable,
other
I don't
kid
know,
can live with them and be all siblings, one big family, and it's like, all right, just the fact that some guy who's tapped that ass 1,000 times lives with us. I mean, I guess that's, it's a small price to pay. All right. I'm not in a position to judge anyone's living situation.
And look, here's the thing. I understand why Jesse finds it strange. I find it strange, but to play advocate and how Ian Gary would look at it, he'll look at it and tell the rest of the world, well, maybe you guys are just insecure and this and that. By the way, same thing that Logan Paul did when he was with the whole Dylan Dennis thing, when Dylan Dennis brought in the forefront what his girl has been doing in front of the world. Well, his whole entire response is, oh, well, you guys are just insecure or this and that. It always goes back to insecurity. But anyways.
Nor would I. I will just say that you have about 4 options here that I will itemize right now. Option 1 is that her and this ex really are just very close friends. They have an incredibly intimate relationship because they have a child together and they've had sex 1,000 times. Maybe not recently, but he knows her inside and out. He could give you tips on what she likes if you wanted to ask. I'm just saying, might bother me if that, well, shit. I mean, I know what the fuck my wife likes, but I'm just saying, it's not something I would do. Even if my wife suggests, I'd be like, look, if you want to have our kids around, that's fine. Okay. There's no fucking way that your ex-husband is living with us. That's just not a thing that's going to happen. Okay. That's just not a thing.
Agreed. And that right there is the reasonable and base stance to take. But again, Ian Gary, for those of you that don't know, he comes from a bit of a middle class background in Ireland, right? So all this stuff that you see about, oh, the Irish, oh, the working class guys, or, you know, the roughneck type of people that Conor McGregor was involved in, the Irish mob, or no, that's not who Ian Gary is in a nutshell. So
Thing that's going to happen. I'm sorry. I am not doing that. I'm also not hiring your ex-husband. That's not a thing that's going to happen. No, you know, but if that's what they decided to do, fine. So that's option one, is like, it's some amicable. They really are just friends. And Ian completely trusts her to hang out with a dude she's had sex with 1,000 times all by herself. When Ian Gary's out of town to do whatever that she can't go to, she just lives with her ex-husband. Maybe, you know, that's option one.
now, look, here's the thing. I 1000% agree with everything that Jesse on Fire is saying, right? But for me, I'm a bit of what you would call a classic journalist in a way, right? Obviously, I have my own opinions, which can be interesting, which is why you should have a YouTube channel in the first place if you have interesting opinions and takes that you can give to the world. But at the same time, I also like to be objective and look at it from every point of view. Now, what if that really is all what it is and it's all innocent? But then again, you never know, right? That's why we don't live in these people's lives, nor do we somehow know the ins and outs of their everyday occurrence.
Option two is it's like a Kalila and Bobby situation, or the Kalila's previous relationships where she had two boyfriends at the same time, and it's just all out in the open. It's like, you know, we're chill, you know, like, yeah, we're both just cool sharing this girl. That's option two. Option three is that she wrote a book about capturing an athlete, and the ex-husband's in on it, and it's like some big work, you know. It's like some big work. Option four is Ian's fucking both of them. I'm just kidding. I don't even know. I like my brain. I can't, dude. My first take was way funnier before I looked up the.
Well, you know what? I tell you what, all these options are all viable. The variations of these realities, that's what they are. I mean, they are all absolutely possible. But the thing is, we don't know the truth until we have some sort of hard evidence. And let's see where this video takes us as we move further. And by the way, just so you know, this is my first time watching this video, so I'm literally just reacting to it as we're going along. So I figured I'd want to give it a fresh take as we just started watching this for the first time together. So
the details on this story, but my goodness gracious, that is so crazy to me, dude. That's so great. The thing is, like, okay,
just stand by 1 second. Take one. All right, guys, we're rolling.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? You good?
so because I have a wife and children, when you factor the kids part into it, it makes me like, I just want to talk about him being a sucker and getting sucked in. Like, that's way funnier. And that he's probably, you know, when he's away, she's probably fucking the other guy. But, you know, when you factor the kids in, I'm like, all right, maybe Ian, just family's really important and he's willing to take this very bizarre, you know, make the bottom line, dude.
yeah,
He's really young. She is really smart and really fucking hot. And, you know, like I said, dude, the vampire thing. I'm not saying, like, when I say vampire, for the record, I actually wasn't saying it in a way where I'm like, she's just sucking the blood out of this guy. I was actually saying, like, she just tells you something and you're like, oh, you want to know what the other superpower the girls have is? Okay. An actual, real, powerful woman, okay, who has real influence. Okay. Their power is to make a guy do what they want them to do and make the guy believe that it was them who's in control. Okay. That's the real power. Make the guy feel like he's running shit, but he just seems to always make the decisions that you wanted him to make. They quietly, they quietly go like this. We lived next door to this family when we were in Utah, and this guy that they were like really nice, and they were like super fucking old school, hyper religious people, and like one time, John, they were like way older. He came over to my house to drop something off, and Gabrielle, I was out doing something. Gabrielle was fixing our washing machine, and like Gabby's super fucking handy. And he every time I saw him for the next month, he could not stop talking about it. He's oh, that's like, man, I just couldn't believe it. She's fixing the washing machine. What an incredible woman. And so I started paying attention, and it's like, dude, his wife is like super fucking smart, but just plays it like, oh, John, whatever. Like, she makes him think he's doing everything. It's like, she's the smart one. He thinks he's the smart one. She's the fucking smart one. Anyway, it's not here there. But when I say vampire, that's what I mean.
All right. So here's the thing about this, right? Now, what's really interesting is that, yes, I think Jesse is looking at all the different angles that are involved in this. And I think that's really important to understand, because obviously it's just a lot easier to just look at this from, oh, everything has this juicy story around it, or this and that. We'll sensationalize it a little bit so we can create a great video out of it. He's sort of looking at every little possibility that is involved in this. And I think that's really important if you really want to understand any story, whether it's an MMA or real current events and everything in between.
You will let my ex-husband live with us. You will make our family big and happy, won't you? This look will break a man's fucking brain. My brain is broken just looking at it. Oh my God, that is just like, it's hypnosis. It's hypnosis. Anyway, so
Yeah, it is.
that is all I'm going to say on that, and I will probably put the uncensored version out, and I don't necessarily think the things that I said in that video, but I'll put that in members only later. So look for that. Now I'm going to tell you guys exactly why Ian Gary keeps getting kicked out of gym. Or you know what? Forget about that. I'll tell you why he got kicked out of Leon Edwards' gym. All right. This is
all right. Now this is important to know,
and I promise you're going to know that I'm right as soon as I say it. Here's the deal. What does Ian Gary? Okay, so when I say Ian Gary is going to be a truly great champion, what am I basing that on? Aside, first of all, he's an incredible fighter, right? But I'm basing that on
no doubt.
He's saying. He says out loud what he's going to do over and over and over. Every interview, every time he talks, he says exactly what he's going to do. I watched a clip of him talking to Damian Maia, and he said he's telling Damian Maia he's going to take a year off of MMA, and he's going to train just jiu-jitsu, and then he's going to go win the world. He's going to go win ADCC or something like that. He's going to win worlds in just jiu-jitsu. He's telling that Damian, this is what I'm going to do, Damian. I'm going to take just
All right, here we go. We're back. Sorry about that.
Ian Gary is going to be a truly great champion. What am I basing that on? Aside, first of all, he's in worlds in just jiu-jitsu. He's telling that thing, this is what I'm going to do, baby. I am going to take
win
jiu-jitsu. And I'm not saying that he couldn't do it. I'm saying he says what he's going to do out loud all the fucking time. I am going to do this. I am going to do this. He
right,
is
manifesting.
Focused on himself and on what he is going to do and making proclamations about what his plans are, so on, so forth, etc. Right?
Yep.
He has the exact right kind of, like, I've talked about this a million times. What he did with Neil Magny was fucking reprehensible. That shit was absurd. You made he's not American, but you made an American hero, career military guy look like a domestic violence child beater. Why? Because he's crazy. He's crazy. He needs to create the motivation. He's like fucking Michael Jordan did that. He used to always do that. Make up a reason to hate a guy and then go score 60 points. Okay. Ian Gary, I'm going to be a champion. I'm going to do this. Then I'm never going to lose the belt.
Yeah, look, sometimes you need to do that. You really need to create that in your head in order to force your body into doing things that you normally wouldn't be able to do. And that's something there's a lot of people have to understand. People who don't compete at anything will never understand that. So they're going to think anything that you do is reprehensible. If you're the type of guy who's at the gym that slams the weights because you're carrying a lot of heavy loads or this and that, or because you flex on and yourself and you are filling yourself or this and that, most people are not going to understand you. They're just going to look at you like you're a cocky, arrogant bastard. Maybe there's some truth to that, but in reality, there's a certain mentality that you need when it comes to hard-nosed competition.
All that, okay? Do you think that when he's in the gym training that he communicates differently than that? Do you think that he all of a sudden when he's training stops talking about what he's going to do? Okay, of course not. He talks about it all the fucking time, guaranteed. So he's at Renegade. He's at a training camp where the welterweight champion is, and you got this young buck constantly fucking yapping about how he's going to be world champion and how when he wins, he's never going to lose. And the world champion is right there. And they're like, okay, well, Leon Edwards is trying to never lose. You know what I mean? Leon Edwards is trying to never lose. Why on earth would you want
So once again, what you see out of this is literally just a John Jones and a Rashad Evans situation, a TJ Dillashaw and Cody Garbrandt situation going on. You know, during those days, I never would have imagined that somewhere down the road you would experience seeing guys that were training partners all of a sudden just become absolute enemies. Right. I mean, look, the Muay Thai gyms that I trained at back in, the early 2010s and whatnot, they were the type of gyms that, well, they didn't want you to go out and fight your own guys or anything like that. Like, let's say if we went out on, national or domestic tournaments or something like that, the crew, or that's what they call it in Muay Thai, the crew, which is a sensei, the sensei or the crew would say something to the extent of, well, I don't want you guys to fight each other. Even if we have to, somehow run across each other in a bracket or something, we'll just create some kind of situation where you don't have to fight each other or something to that extent. But nowadays, it's very common and it's compelling. It actually creates a good storyline.
Young up-and-comer constantly barking about how he's coming for the title, coming for the title, coming for the title. And he's like, and Ian Gary's like, it's just because he's insecure. It's like, no, it's because you're coming in and saying you're going to take what's his every fucking time that you're in the building. You won't shut the fuck up about what you're going to do. Again, I'm not knocking Ian Gary for that. I think that things you say out loud end up being real. I am going to.
And again, this is why guys who are great at whatever it is that they do, they're never going to have real friends, at least within the business and the industry that they are in. Because guess what? Everyone around you is a competition. And if you're a type A personality and you have to deal with a person like that, I mean, you're not going to be the most liked, are you?
To have the biggest show in the world. I'm not talking about mixed martial arts. I'm going to expand well beyond martial arts. And that starts in 2024. And I'm going to have one of the biggest shows in the world. I've said it a million times. I've always said it. I continue to say it. It'll happen. Ian Gary, I'm going to be a world champion. I am going to win the title. I am never going to lose it. I'm not saying he's never going to lose, but you get the point. You say things, you believe them, do the work, the things happen. But if you're going to be training in the fucking gym of the guy who currently holds the belt that you are trying to beat, or you're trying to get, and you're constantly talking about how you're going to take, yeah, of course, they're going to be like, dude, look, you're a great fighter, fun training partner. Get the fuck out of here, man. Because Ian Gary's story about how he got kicked out of the other gym makes perfect sense. He signed an agreement that he didn't feel that he felt he had signed under duress. And then they're like, oh, you give us this money. He's like, I'm not giving you money. And they're like, get the fuck out. That makes perfect sense. That's Ian Gary's story about why he got kicked out of the other gym, right? And the Renegade one, I will peel, you know what I mean? Like, here's what's actually happening at Renegade. He's talking about being the champion constantly. Leon Edwards is the current champion. Leon Edwards is a quiet guy. He's not like a big, yeah. You can't have it. It's that simple. You can't have it. Can't have a guy saying he's going to take the fucking champion shit every time that he's there. It's simple. Anyway, that's what I got. Love you guys. I will put that uncensored version out at some point. Love you guys.
All right. So my little reaction to that Jesse on Fire video. Again, he says a lot of things in that video. There wasn't really a lot that you could really take from it. Okay, what can we take from Ian Gary's wife's situation? We know what it is. It's a nutritionist who was the ex-husband of his wife, and he changed his name because of the fact that, well, there's kids involved and they don't want to confuse them in any way. But obviously, from our own Islamic standards and the way that we look at that, you're actually creating more confusion. But that's neither here or there. You live your own life. You're a great fighter. You seem to know what you're doing, at least on the fighting side, maybe not on the personal side of things, but that's what it is. Either way, the other thing they want to talk about is Ian Gary's situation at Renegade's gym. Again, standard. Nothing really out of the ordinary that most people don't do anyway. What do most people do? They get into fights, and there are other fighters that are in the same weight class as you in there, and lo and behold, you guys make it all the way to the top, and you're in a situation where you guys have to fight each other or talk about fighting each other in the case of Marab and Aljo. And, well, the ones that actually came to fruition is what? The ones that I just mentioned: Cody Garbrandt, TJ Dillashaw, Rashad Evans, John Jones. The list goes on of former teammates that end up fighting each other in the end, right? Even some people that I've known in the Muay Thai circuits, they've all been friends or trained at one point, and then next thing you know, they're fighting each other. It's just the nature of the business. What else? What else was the Captain Obvious comments? Okay, what about his wife making a video, or I'm sorry, writing a book on how to capture and marry professional athletes? Okay, that's a bit groundbreaking, but at the same time, is that really anything unusual in the world of professional mixed martial arts, let alone the world of professional sports? I mean, you got a bunch of tots out there waiting in the locker rooms of NBA players, just waiting to get a shot at, well, shooting their shot and hopefully making that 3-point shot in order for them to obtain that athlete that they've always dreamed of, to have all the money and this and that and yada, yada. These are not anything new or unusual or anything to that extent, right? But for some people, it is. It's certainly unusual for me. I mean, look, I wouldn't want to be around people like that. It's not my cup of tea or anything like that. But at the same time, again, not really groundbreaking in the story of anything that is out there, right? Okay, fair enough. So what else can we really take away from this whole Ian Gary situation? Well, for one, you got to think, right? How will this affect him later down the road? Because right now, the way that everything is playing out, it seems like everything is going good. He's undefeated. He has the right mindset to be a champion, to have this mindset of, I guess, putting it out there in the universe, sort of like The Secret, what Conor McGregor always talks about, how putting things into fruition, right? Putting things into a light where you talk about it and then you manifest it. All these positive jargons that all these motivational speakers talk about online. So he's doing all of that. But when it all goes wrong, and it usually does, especially in a dangerous sport like this, you can best believe that they're going to start looking at, well, you know what? This is what we're going to do. We're going to criticize you for this. We're going to criticize your lifestyle. We're going to go after everything that you have done wrong. And we're going to correlate it to why you are losing. Now, imagine he goes in there against Luke and gets slept. Guess what? All of this is going to come back to haunt him because that's just how the world of combat sports is. Neil Magny, they're going to look back at that and say, oh, well, you're an absolute a-hole because look at what Jesse said. I mean, he's right? Neil Magny is a former Army infantryman, basically a hero to some people, maybe a colonizer to some people, but that's neither here or there. Either way, he made him look like a domestic abuser, let alone a child abuser at that, which is quite interesting, right? But these are the type of people that Ian Gary doesn't like. And quite frankly, I mean, who likes a child abuser or a child molester to any degree, right? Nobody likes those. But he made that guy look like that, and he didn't deserve it. But either way, it's motivation. I got to tell you, when I saw that fight with Neil Magny, I got to tell you what I was thinking in my head. I was thinking, this guy has the mindset of a jihadist. Now, hear me out. This is exactly what I mean by that. When you fight a war, or no matter what side you're on, you need to have a certain amount of motivation. And quite frankly, if you really want to put it in real terms, I mean, let's just face it, right? One side over the other. I'm talking about like the whole war on terror, right? Because obviously I compared Ian Gary to a jihadist, right? There's one group that loves life, and then there's one group that is okay with death. And why? Because they have high motivations that are willing to sacrifice and take their bodies into places that other people are not willing to go. Metaphorically speaking, that's where Ian Gary was at. He motivated his mind to actually believe that this guy, Neil Magny, is the worst human being on earth. And because of that, well, it led to the performance that we saw. He looked angry, but looked angry in a very good way. Because sometimes you can be very angry and you end up messing up, like Jose Aldo when he fought Conor McGregor. Why did he get knocked out so quickly? Well, because he came in there way too angry, way too pissed off, and then he overcommitted. Overcommitted to the point where he missed out on his defense and just allowed an opening for Conor McGregor to capitalize. So that type of anger is not good. The type of anger that you saw out of Ian Gary in his last fight with Neil Magny, that right there, now that is a type of anger that you need that is, well, very focused and very deliberate in the attempts that you're trying to convey to the world, to yourself, and also the actions that your body is going to produce based on those motivations. So that's Ian Gary in a nutshell. So it works in some ways, and then sometimes it does. Yeah, so as I was saying, that's Ian Gary in a nutshell. Sorry about that. A little mishaps on the technical aspects of it. So before I had that little technical difficulty, I was saying that this is Ian Gary in a nutshell. This is what he's motivated by, right? And it showed in the actions during his Neil Magny fight. And again, motivation is a very important thing in combat sports. But the other problem with that is, well, people are going to look at you in a very arrogant way and they're just not going to understand it. You think Michael Jordan was looked at in a positive light when he was leading the Bulls into a championship? Do you think that Kobe Bryant especially was looked at in a positive light when he wouldn't pass the ball to other players because they felt like they didn't work hard enough in the gym, and so he couldn't trust them, so he could only trust himself? So this is Ian Gary in every sense of the word. By the way, guys, I'm going to end this stream right here. And don't forget to like and subscribe. I will leave you guys with a video that I did regarding Ian Gary not too long ago. It was actually during the time of when he did fight Neil Magny. And I talk about some things that, well, he brought up into the forefront, which I think is, quite really important to take a look at, right? It's called Jake Paul and Ian Gary Child Abuse Awareness. This is an important video to take a look at in terms of really trying to understand the motivation of Ian Gary. So let's play this, and I'm going to end the stream from here. Here we go. All right, guys. So I will play this video for you guys, probably the entirety of it. This was 2 months ago, by the way. This is a conversation that goes beyond the kicks and punches and takedowns. This is the most objective take on this particular matter of what Jake Paul and Ian Gary shared about their upbringing as children and the conflicts with their parents. A story many people can relate to. Sometimes combat athletics is beyond just the arena of competition. It's a way of life while analyzing the struggles of others. So find out more and listen to this. This was, if you guys don't know the context that I'm explaining about Jake Paul during this time had mentioned to Logan Paul about his dad's abusive patterns when they were growing up. And this was right around that same time Ian Gary had fought Neil Magny. So here it is. I hope you guys enjoy. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And I am out for the night. Thank you. Ian Gary, you're wondering, what does this have to do with anything other than these two guys in a business deal together? So you clicked on this video and it said Jake Paul and Ian Gary. You're wondering, what does this have to do with anything other than these two guys in a business deal together with a better, what do you call it? Maybe it's a gambling site of some sort, or maybe some sort of sports company. But nonetheless, Ian Gary is sponsored by none other than Jake Paul's company. And other than that, there's another thing they have in common, which I think is really important to point out. And that is the acceptance of child abuse in many homes around the world, and especially in the United States. So let's just call it what it is, the Western world, for that matter. Now, it's not to say that obviously these things go on in all different cultures and all different countries. So to classify it as this is a Western problem or this is a third world problem or anything like that, I think is just really misrepresented and inaccurate. So we're going to give you the absolute accuracy of this particular debate, because a lot of people really believe till this day that beating your kids will somehow create some sort of deterrence or some sort of compliance when they have some issues with, let's say, following orders or listening to their parents and not taking the advice of what they want to, what you want to give them in terms of what is good for them to survive in this world. Okay, so all that is completely understandable. I think there is a medium line, and then there's an extreme line, and then there's a real far left line, which is the quintessential wussy of however you want to really define it to be in how you parent other kids, right? In other words, the extreme side of it is you do nothing at all in terms of disciplining your kid. And then the other side of it is beating your kid to a pulp because they wouldn't listen to you. Now, that is the absolute extreme side of things and is completely unacceptable by any standards of any society and any way of life. There's no disputing that. However, there's still people out there that believe if you do this to kids, it will make them better. For example, you look at what happened with Jake Paul when he mentions this in the Logan Paul podcast about the fact that he admits his dad went and beat him as kids. And why is this important to really point out? Because Jake's dad said in rebuttal to that, look what it made you. It made you a professional boxer. It made you a famous YouTuber influencer. It made you a hard worker. Now, the problem with that statement is people always attribute the constant motions of, what is that? Somebody's on fire. Hey, that's what it is, right? It's live right here, and you never know what's happening. Maybe it's just a bunch of fire truck guys just trying to get out of traffic. Looks like they're making a U-turn of some sort. But anyways, where was I? I'm not editing that. I don't edit any of these videos, so I give you these videos as they come and as they go. But what I was saying was that whenever somebody attributes someone's success, they always look back at the harsh treatment that they received as a kid as some sort of merit to say that, look what I made out of you by doing this. Look what I did by instilling discipline in you. Look what I did by smacking you or slapping you around when you got out of line. The problem is there's no way of measuring that. What is the accurate metric in understanding a person's success in relationship to how badly they were treated as a kid? Now, will it create some sort of driving mechanism and some sort of motivation inside you? 100%. That is a reality that you absolutely have to touch bases with. That can absolutely happen. The other side of that is you got to understand you're dealing with a 50-50 chance. In other words, you're rolling the dice and you're playing with slot casinos and you don't know what you're going to get. So in other words, there is a possibility that you can make the kid stronger by doing that. But more than likely, what you're going to do is create a sociopath, a psychopath, and somebody that is extremely antisocial to the point where these people can't function in society, i.e. criminals, i.e. serial killers, and everything in between that you want to classify within those ranks. That's the reality of what you're going to get. So this idea of, oh, it's okay to hit kids, well, I turned out okay, but what you don't realize, those people that say that, is that you are probably one of the few people in the world that have survived that. And you cannot go off of the strength off of one individual as opposed to another. Because guess what? We're all made differently. I'm not breaking any news, am I, by saying that we're all made differently. We're all different human beings. We're all not created equal in a certain way. I mean, we're created equal in a way where God created us in one particular way, which is what? That one way is that we all come from a woman. Now, I'm not breaking any news here, am I? I'm not trying to, create some sort of controversial headlines by saying that, am I? There's one way every human being is made, and there's no way around that. However, how we grow up, the environment, and the attributes that we have can differ from one person to another. And that is something you have to take into high consideration. Because if you don't, you're not looking at reality. You're only looking at anecdotal statements and testimonies from other people that have somehow survived a horrific relationship with their parents or a horrific situation with their loved ones. or whatever horrific situation they dealt with in their lives. And in particular, in this particular subject that we're talking about, child abuse. So, once again, one of the things that people have to understand is that this is not as easy as just tossing it up to, okay, you know what? We're going to treat our kids this way because they're going to listen to everything that we say, and we have the deterrence and the aggressive repercussions that come with that. And somehow, because of this, they're going to listen because it worked with one guy. It made him successful. This one guy became an engineer. This one guy became a doctor. This one guy became Khabib. Not that Khabib's parents ever did that to him, although some argue within Western standards and their Orientalist view of the Muslim world is that somehow it's a savage way of living of trying to get a kid wrestle bears, when in fact the one career you're trying to get this kid ready for is in the world of prize fighting. But to some people, that's not a great standard of raising your kids. I remember Conor McGregor's dad mentioning this in an interview that he did when he was in his Las Vegas hotel room in the fight week of UFC 229 between Khabib and Conor McGregor. He mentioned something to the effect of that this is a child abuse, or this is not the way to raise kids, basically slagging off Khabib's dad for making Khabib wrestle bears. But nonetheless, what McGregor's dad fails to realize is that in some sort of way, he probably abused his kid growing up too. And this goes into what Ian Gary is saying in terms of what he's experienced as a kid. Now, what are some things that he's experienced as a kid? He's mentioned this in his post-fight press conference after the fight. He said, you don't think that I've been whacked a few times as a kid? But what he wanted to do, and what he said, was he wanted to break the cycle. Now, I need you guys to understand something. I don't agree with what Ian Gary did to promote this fight, simply because I truly believe that it's low-hanging fruit, and then on top of that, it's not really what Neil Magny meant to say. And I keep going on about this over and over again in different podcasts, but hey, why not? It's a very interesting subject. I made an entire video out of it, not just with Ian Gary's situation and his fight with Neil Magny, but I somehow created a content that deals with Jake Paul and a revelation that he did in the Netflix series that he was featured in, which, by the way, was hinted by none other than Dylan Dennis in the pre-fight presser with Dylan Dennis, KSI, Logan Paul, and Tommy Fury. He mentions this, very significant to understanding the psychology of the Logan Paul brothers. Because you got to think, okay, is Jake a successful guy? 100%. You can't deny success. Numbers don't lie. People's bank accounts don't lie. Clout doesn't lie. The fact that I'm making a video about this guy and many others out there that are making videos about them, that's not a lie, because they are what's hot in the world of entertainment and professional sports at the current moment. And in that particular combat sports, boxing, and their involvement with MMA children a certain amount of, let's say, how do I say this? A certain amount of freedom or a certain amount of trying to understand how they get out of things. For example, you put them in a crib. You got to teach them how to get out of a crib, meaning you got to teach them how to get out of their own. You got to teach them how to climb out of their own, how to climb into it, how to climb out of it. And then when they reach a certain stage as a kid, you up the challenges a little bit. Maybe you have them put on their clothes on their own at a certain age, even though it's cognitively difficult for them because maybe they don't have the right motor skills that they practice yet. Nonetheless, there's a certain level of freedom that you have to give to kids in order for them to understand their limits. So Jordan Peterson has a point in that. And I think that it's a great point. There's some moderation in that aspect. Also, you got to understand from an Islamic perspective, do we hit our kids? I don't think we do. At least the majority of us don't. And when I mean the majority, I mean people that follow the Quran and the Sunnah and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and everything that is revealed in the Quran. I don't think there is anything in the Quran that mentions that you should somehow beat a kid to a pulp. Now, are there certain punishments and certain deterrents that you do in order for you to negotiate a certain behavior out of your kid, in order for you to manipulate a certain action that you want out of them? Yes. For the greater good of their safety? Yes. For the greater good that they will grow up to be a great contributing member to society? Yes. This is all a reality. The problem that a lot of people have to understand is taking the extremes of anything. When you take the extremes of anything, you often fall into this situation where you cause problems for other people. You oppress other people. You make other people sad to the point where, let's say, they have a mental breakdown or they have mental health issues because of the way that you're probably raising your kids. Now, obviously, this is not a Quran statement that I'm about to say, but something along the lines that the Bible says, you can't spoil the kid or spare the rod, and something to that extent, meaning that you can't keep spoiling kids and not introduce them to the rod if they somehow get out of line. Now, look, we all have our own interpretations of religion. We all have our own outlooks on things. Perhaps maybe there was a certain alteration in the Bible that we can look at and investigate. But the one thing remains is that there is a balance between trying to discipline your kid, but at the same time, a balance in trying not to make them go crazy. And in conclusion to that, the one thing you got to realize is that, is there really the right way of parenting at all? Because just like what I mentioned earlier about Conor McGregor's dad, mentioning how Khabib's dad is somewhat of a child abuser because of the fact that he made him wrestle bears. You have to look at Conor McGregor's relationship with his dad as well. Now, one of the things Conor McGregor mentioned about his dad during an Ariel Helwani interview when they were walking around Dublin, I urge you guys to take a look at that. It's on the MMAfighting.com or the MMA Fighting YouTube channel back in 2014, when Conor McGregor was walking around with Ariel Helwani in Dublin. Conor said that his dad suffered from testicular cancer because he went and punched his dad down there in his Irish jewels. And you got to think to yourself, why did he do that? You can say, well, you know what? This is in line with everything that we know about Conor. Look at what happened in Ibiza. Look at what happened with all these fans that he runs across. Look at the old man at the pub. It's not really far-fetched for Conor McGregor to do that. Sure, you can look at that, but I always look at every side to the story. So yes, this is abuse on Conor's part, but you got to investigate and ask yourself, did Conor somehow get abused as a kid for him to learn to be able to go out there and just punch his dad like that? Because I can tell you, Khabib would never raise a hand on his dad, ever. Khabib wouldn't even raise a hand at Javier Mendez, who's not his dad, but the fact that his dad wasn't able to have a visa all those times when he was training here, Javier Mendez fulfilled that role. And how did he treat him as a father figure with respect? He would never hit him. So therefore, you got to think, okay, there's some good in Javier Mendez for him to never having to provoke Khabib in any kind of way. But what about Conor McGregor's dad? What about Khabib's dad? Did he provoke him in any way? Nope. But then you got to think, what is it about McGregor's dad that made Conor McGregor do that? You don't know. Ian Gary revealed to us what happened. Can you imagine being Ian Gary's dad right now? Right? You got a son who is now a top 10 UFC fighter in the UFC's 170-pound division, a very stacked division, a very famous division with some famous champions that goes back to the lineage of Pat Miletich, going all the way to Matt Hughes, Matt Serra, George St. Pierre, and then Kamaru Usman. And then Tyron Woodley is in there too. And Robbie Lawler and Johnny Hendricks, if you want to throw him in there, of course, with an asterisk. But you guys know what I mean by the asterisk with Johnny Hendricks' career, but that's neither here or there. This is Ian Gary now fighting for that lineage of that particular championship. And then in the world stage of where he's fighting the guy that's going to catapult him, which is Neil Magny, he's talking about how this guy is saying that he went out and abused kids. And he's so driven by that. Now imagine being Ian Gary's dad, seeing that, humiliating you in front of the world. Is it warranted? Who knows? Only Ian Gary knows what kind of relationship he had with his dad. And only Conor McGregor himself knows the kind of true relationship he had with his dad for him to get into these types of actions that I had just mentioned earlier. Punching his dad in the nads and then giving him testicular cancer as a result of it. So you have to really understand the situation at hand. Yes, it created champions and it created contenders and great fighters and most of all, great men and fathers in Ian Gary and Conor McGregor and all of that. But you got to think, it does affect their personality in the long run. You can have all the successes in the world, right? Because this is one thing that a lot of parents really focus on. They constantly focus on the success of their kids, and rightfully so. Why would you not? There are parents that want their kids to be doctors. There are parents that want their kids to be Tom Brady, that want their kids to be LeBron James, Michael Jordan. They want their kids to be Ronaldo. They want their kids to be David Beckham. They want their kids to be just an engineer, or maybe just a nurse, or maybe a police officer, or maybe a special forces operator of some sort. Whatever ambitions you have for your kid, everybody tries to mold their kid into whatever it is that they want. But oftentimes, the one thing that a lot of people never talk about are the failures that come with that. And I know it's harsh to say that, but when I mean failure, I mean that you planned this one thing for this kid, for him to be something, and then he turned out to be something else because maybe he didn't have the right skill, or maybe he didn't have the same desire to go into the career that you wished him to be part of. But the reality is, the one thing you got to understand, there are consequences to every actions that you do. There are positive return investments in some risks that you take. The problem is, you just don't know what the future holds for tomorrow. So that is why you have to be on your P's and Q's with the actions that you take. Because if you don't, then you're going to cause a lifelong trauma that I don't think most people can come back from. And by the way, some people are resilient. Some people can take it. Some people are going to rise above it. But what if they don't? And that right there is the gamble that you're dealing with. And why do I call it a gamble? Because there's a lot of actions that you're really taking, upon displaying this certain aggression with your kid. When you're taking these types of actions, they're going to remember it and they're going to resent you. And when they resent you, then it'll be very hard to get back from that. So we're talking about combat sports athletes, but at the same time, we're also talking about life. And I think it's really important to bring up these particular topics and subjects because a lot of people really don't take any of this into consideration. They just go about their life. They don't think about tomorrow. They don't think about the long-term consequences of their actions. But if there's one thing that Ian Gary said best, whether you agree with what he said about Neil Magny or whether you don't, the one thing I think anybody and everybody can agree with what he said is that you got to break the cycle at some point. So with this particular content, I don't know if we've solved any particular issues, which, by the way, we didn't. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that there is no right way or wrong way of going about things. There's only consequences to the transgressions that you take.